Right? You are. Yes. But lots of new stuff that wasn't there in all the INFFs, right? Because the INFFs are tailored to different contexts, so lots of new issues. But today I think we're going to cover more on the public side, so things that you're probably a little bit more familiar as ministries of finance and planning, which is looking at budgeting, looking at taxation, but also how that connects with the private side, right? So where do we need to put in incentives at this difficult time? You know, how do we look at impactful taxation? What are some of the emerging lessons that are coming out of both SDG and climate budgeting? So today is really the day we start to go deeper into the public side, connect the dots with the private, and then finish off with looking much more specifically at the Pacific, right? So we say Asia and Pacific, but unless we really have a dedicated focus on the Pacific, we sometimes forget just how different the realities are, the opportunities, and the constraints. And also, most interesting, which I'm looking forward to, is the marketplace, where we really get to engage with you more specifically around things you're doing. But also not to forget, tomorrow is the Academy. You all remember there is an Academy tomorrow, right? Because this morning, some people forgot that there was actually a session tomorrow. That's where we really can do the deep dives on many of these issues, be much more interactive in terms of the questions, and go deeper into the issues. But with that little introduction, I hand back to Tim.
Perfect, thank you, Radhika. So to give us an overview of trends across the region, to help us frame the discussions on public finance that we're going to take forward today, I'm going to welcome David Corvino, who is the macroeconomic advisor for Asia and the Pacific with the IMF. David.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tim, and thanks everyone for having me here this morning. I have the great honor to start discussion of the morning with a presentation on the global and regional outlook. They asked me to be brief, so that I can do. They also asked me not to be too negative, but I'm from the IMF, right? So we'll see what I can do. So if we could have the slide on, please. Almost there. All right. So I'll start with going over the main trends in global and regional economy in the last year. Then we'll focus on the outlook. I will also go over the main risks, the macro risks to the outlook, and then finish on the policy priorities that we have at the fund. And so most of what I'm talking about today is drawn mainly from the world and regional economic outlook, from April 2023. All right, so start with the recent development. As you know, the world economy has been hit by multiple shocks over the last 3 years and a half. We had the pandemic. More recently, we had the war in Ukraine. We had spike in inflation. And these have had severe impacts, both economically and socially. More recently, the surge in inflation last year, which reached multi-decades high, in many economies throughout the world, led the central banks to tighten monetary policy quite aggressively, as you know. And inflation was due to a combination of factors: the release of pent-up demand from the pandemic, supply disruption, mainly in Asia, and then the commodity price spikes. So all the cocktail happened at the same time, and in response, interest rate went quite high. You can see on the right-hand side, much tighter and much more aggressive tightening than in previous high inflation episodes. And the tightening was successful to reduce headline inflation, And that was aided by a decline of commodity prices in the world. But if we look at core inflation, which is better indicator to see the underlying pressures in the economies, the decline has yet to happen. So far, it's been muted. And the context of very high interest rates has had many impacts throughout the world. First, on the real economy, after quite a dynamic end of 2022 and early 2023, we're starting to see signs of a global activity slowdown due to the tight monetary policies. A second impact has been on the financial markets. As you know, there's been a surge in stress in both the US and the EU. And third, last year, with the pickup in interest rate in advanced economies, emerging markets have seen their sovereign spread rise very quickly. As you can see here on the red bars. Nope. Can I go backwards? Yeah. But in recent months, the spreads in most emerging markets have declined despite the stress in banking sector, so that's a positive. At the same time, they do remain higher than pre-tightening levels. And this is particularly of a concern because, as was discussed yesterday, indebtedness throughout the world is really high due to the pandemic, both in the private sector and the public sector. Levels of debt are really high. So if public debt to GDP ratio globally is approaching 100%, which is of a concern. And then, as also was discussed yesterday, many countries, or more than before the pandemic, are high risk of debt distress. So that's the positive. Sorry, just kidding. But let's move to APD, which is actually a bit more positive than the rest of the world. It remains a dynamic region, despite the weakening of external demand from tighter monetary policy in the world. Domestic demand so far has held up quite well. And that's mainly thanks to the easing of mobility restrictions, which happened in Asia a bit later than in the rest of the world. More recently, the reopening of China has provided a strong boost to the rest of the region. And so Asia is returning to being the largest contributor to global growth. At the same time, like in the rest of the world, inflationary pressures are subsiding, but core inflation remains high, like in the rest of the world also. So far, Asia has been relatively insulated from financial turmoil in the US and in the EU, and financing conditions have improved this year compared to last year, where there was an episode of volatility, and exchange rates and currencies throughout the region have appreciated in average compared to the large drop last year. So relatively positive development for IPD. I wanted to touch base a little bit on the state of play of the SDGs. I think it's important in this context to note with the compound shocks that happened over the last few years, they hit the development agendas in many countries quite hard. The pandemic and the recession from the pandemic pushed millions into extreme poverty. Current high inflation has a disproportionate impact on the most vulnerable. And so countries are facing larger spending needs to reach their goals by 2030. At the same time, the environment is quite difficult with high levels of debt, high inflation, which really reduce the policy space and the resources available to finance those development goals. Let's move to the outlook. So these are the main projections for global growth and for inflation. Global growth is projected at 2.8 this year to decline compared to 3.4 last year, and before next year will bounce up to 3%. This is quite low compared to pre-pandemic averages, which were closer to to 4%. So recovery from the pandemic has not happened. At the same time, we do project inflation to decline, but we remain quite high and higher than most central banks' targets. The recent, I think what's important is also that there's been a big increase in uncertainty, if that was at all possible, but the recent increase in financial stresses throughout the world and the stickiness of inflation has made the economic landscape even more complex than last year. For APD outlook, so in line with the recent development, we expect the region to continue to be the most dynamic. And it will be mainly driven by the tailwinds from the last year's reopening, which will continue to boost domestic demand. And also very strong activity in India, which is surprising on the upside at the beginning of this year, and the reopening of China, which will have large positive spillovers to the rest of the region via higher consumption investment in China and also tourism to the rest of the region. So these will be the drivers of growth. There are a few factors that will weigh on the outlook. Tighter monetary policy condition in the US, in the EU, will reduce external demand for Asian goods and services. And restrictive monetary policy in the region is already starting to have an impact, especially on the housing construction sectors. So, nonetheless, in average, we project Asia to grow at 4.6% from 3.8% last year. And growth will be even faster for emerging market, which is usually the case, at 5.3 and 5.0 next year. So an acceleration of growth in Asia compared to last year, which is kind of at odd versus the rest of the world. So let me now go over quickly the main risk. Oh, sorry. Inflation is also projected to decline in the region, like in the rest of the world, with further decline in the commodity prices and tightening the tight monetary policy, which will fruit. So the main risks to the outlook. No, sorry. There's a lag. All right. So the first one is and I already touched on it, the persistency of inflation. There are few indicators that go in that direction. In the US, we see that expectations have flattened. In Asia, there's many countries which have large positive output gap, which could bring upon inflationary pressures. And then the reopening of China could boost energy prices, commodity prices, right? So these are the main factors why there's a risk that inflation could prove harder to tame than we expect in our baseline. And this has a direct impact on the second risk, which is uncertainty around the US monetary policy path. As you know, there's been a large disconnect between market expectations and Fed's communication, which has bring upon financial stress over the last months. And this could continue, higher inflation could lead to new market surprises, new interest rate hikes, which could then spill over to other parts of the world via the banking sector. Which takes me to the third main risk. There are increased concern about financial sector stability. And this is exacerbated by a prolonged high interest rate environment. Fourth, already also discussed that current high level of debt, especially in the public sector, and high borrowing costs could lead to more systemic debt distress episodes. So the risks on debt distress have also increased. The last risk that I have here, international price spikes that could happen, for example, if the war in Ukraine intensifies. And then the output loss from the growing geopolitical fragmentation could be greater than expected, which could lead to a faster slowdown of global activity. So these are the main risks to the outlook. So let's turn now to close, discuss a little bit the policy priorities. So as I've tried to explain, policymakers have basically their work cut out for them. They face weak buffers, narrow policy space, at the same time large downside risks, high uncertainty, and for some countries activity slowdown. So the first priority is to implement measures to reduce the impact of the current shocks and also improve the resilience of their economy to the main risks that I've just discussed. So on the central bank side, they need to keep, for the majority of them, to keep the tight stance to continue to fight inflation and make sure core inflation is reduced and bring back headline inflation towards their targets. At the same time, they need to step up banking supervision to address and take measures to address financial sector concerns. On the fiscal front, most governments should aim also to have a tight fiscal stance to rebuild their buffers. And also that would help their central bank with their tight monetary policy against inflation, right? So it would be consistent. At the same time, there is also a need to continue targeted support against the most vulnerable, which are struggling the most against with the cost of living crisis. And then to finish, I want to touch on structural policies, which play a significant role. And I think this is also quite relevant for the discussion we're having here yesterday and today. So I'll let the expert speak about budget and tax spending policies after me. I want just to focus on 3 points which I think are quite important. The first one is structural measures should focus on increasing revenue mobilization. It was discussed already yesterday. The tax base in many countries was eroded during the pandemic. And there's a need to improve revenues to give governments more resource to spend on development. The second one is measures to achieve high, sustainable and inclusive growth in the medium term. There's a lot of different measures, but measures like improving governance, business climate, financial inclusion will have strong impact in boosting private sector participation to the economy, attract foreign investment, and create a positive environment for the growth of tomorrow. And growth is probably the main driver of development throughout the world. And the last point I want to make, which I think is, which I have at heart, but I think you in this room will have too, is that even with the right policies, most countries or many countries will not be able to finance the SDGs. And so there's a need to strengthen international and multilateral cooperation within country. This will help on the growth front to create more resilient global economy. But as we already discussed, this is an important condition for a successful development agenda. All right, I'll stop here. Thank you very much for your attention, and everybody have a good day.
Great, thank you, David. Not as positive as perhaps we'd have liked, but we can't blame you for the state of the world economy. So, and colleagues, we know it's a challenging context, but we also know that this is a really dynamic region, and that many of you are innovating in ways, finding ways to build partnerships, as David was saying we need, finding ways to draw alignment with and investment in the SDGs. And so we're going to move now into the session on SDG budgeting, and it's my pleasure to introduce Noman Ishtiaq, who's UNDP's Global Lead on Public Financial Management.
Okay, hello. Are you able to hear me? Yes. Okay, thank you. And hello and good morning. My name is Noman Ishtiaq. I work with the Sustainable Finance Hub at the UNDP and looking after the budgeting for SDGs reform area and working with a number of countries in the region and also around the world. This is also the title of this session, How to Align Public Budgets with the SDGs in order to generate better or improved outcome or results or impact. And with me, we have our distinguished panel from Philippines and from the Bangladesh country authorities. I will request Director NADA, National Economic and Development Agency, Ms. Hazel Iris Baliatan, to please come and join me at the stage. Secondly, can I request the Director for Department of Finance, Donalyn Manimo, to please also come and join the stage. Then can I request Mr. Sheikh Munir, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Finance, Bangladesh, to please also come and join us at the stage. Sorry. Also, we have advisor of the International Monetary Fund, Mr. Kentaro Katayama. Kentaro, can I please request you to come over at the stage? And Mr. Andrea Rossi, who's the Regional Advisor for Social Policy and Economic Analysis at the UNICEF. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for taking out time to discuss alignment of the public budgets with the SDGs. As we all know, the public finance is a formidable source of development finance. Countries in Asia, emerging market countries, and also middle-income countries are going to be spending about 30% of their GDP each year, this year, next year, and about 20% in low-income countries. So it's quite a sizable amount of investments that the countries make. The SDGs, I'm sure we all know, have these cross-sectoral dimensions in them. But the budgets, on the other hand, are in functional silos. So it's the ministries, it's the government's tiers. Another issue is that the public financial management, which is the budgeting system that most countries adopt, need to focus on how to improve efficiency, in addition to, of course, raising further funds for the SDGs, and also need to make the budgets more equitable, so as to look at income inequalities, gender inequalities, and also territorial inequalities. At the UNDP, we work with around 55 countries, ministries of finance, on budgeting for SDGs reforms. Within this region, around 20 countries. And our work is related to budgeting on climate, building climate resilience, developing biodiversity, working on gender equality, but also importantly, looking at poverty and inequality. I'll start by requesting our distinguished colleague from NADA, National Economic and Development Authority of the Philippines. And now, my understanding is that the Philippines has developed some sort of a system through which the budget or the public investment life cycle is connected with aligned with the SDGs in order to improve access and quality of public services. Now, this is quite important, linking the public investment management with the SDGs, because public investments are a sizable portion of the overall public budgets, and reforming those systems in order to align them with SDGs, in our opinion, would improve not only the efficiency but also access and quality of services. Can I kindly request you to talk a little bit about what are these reforms? Have you undertaken any legal or regulatory changes? And maybe talk a little bit about what are the benefits that you are intending or are driving at the moment, and what are the lessons that you can share with other country offices on what type of reforms or entry points they can initiate in order to reform the public investment management system. Thank you very much. Over to you, madam.
Okay, thank you, Noman. And good morning to everyone. So to simplify, that was a lot of questions. And probably to simplify the whole process of how we do it in the Philippines, how do we incorporate SDGs in the public investment management systems in the Philippines, I'll be going through the process of how we do planning, then programming, then budgeting, and then how do we monitor these, okay? But before I do that, maybe I'm taking a leaf of how Elvin did it yesterday. You know, I'd like to take a step back and bring you to 2015, how it was in 2015. Well, in the Philippines, at that time, you know, we decided it was about time to do a long-term vision for how we would like to see the Philippines by 2040. And so the National Economic Development Authority, from which I am working, from where I'm working, we conducted a survey to ask Filipinos of all classes, how do you envision your life to be in 2040? And it was simple. People were saying, oh, I just want to have a car, a regular car, a medium-sized house, to ensure that my kids get to go to college, get a good job, to be able to travel from time to time. You know, life that they wanted by 2040 was very simple. And so the NEDA, with the lead of NEDA and the government of the Philippines, we developed the 2040 ambition natin. Yeah, that's the Filipino. Ambition natin in English says our vision 2040. Where all Filipinos, take note, all Filipinos will have a strong, stable, and secure life. So that's just the vision that we want. And if you look at the SDGs, when they were established in 2016, actually this falls in line with what we want in 2040, where no one gets left behind. And so even at that time, government was very conscious about ensuring that the SDGs were in all the development plans of the Philippines. A 25-year vision would actually entail 4 medium-term public investment or Philippine development plans, 4 Philippine development plans divided into 6 years. So that's like 4 terms of different administrations. And so now going to the process, the planning process. Like all the countries here, we have our national development plans. And as I mentioned, the SDGs were consciously incorporated by the Philippine government in that. How do we do it? So along with the Philippine Development Plan, we also have the Public Investment Program. Okay, so the Philippine Development Plan lays out the medium-term strategies, objectives, you know, in wanting to reach that eventual goal in 2040. So we have a medium-term goal. But to achieve these goals, you need programs, activities, and projects which are laid down in what we call a Public Investment Program. So these are the 2 documents that come together, where the Public Investment Program has again, all this list of projects that would contribute to us getting to where we want to be in 6 years' time and eventually in 25 years' time. But how do we link these 2 projects? So we have what we call the results matrices. And I think the other countries, our colleagues also here from different countries have it. Maybe you call it results-based matrices, performance matrices. But in the Philippines, we call it the results matrices. So each chapter of the Philippine Development Plan has its own results matrix. And in that results matrix, we have the indicators, the annual targets, the means of verification, who are the concerned agencies that are accountable for achieving these indicators or targets. And then we have to regularly report it. So this is what links the 2 documents, the Philippine Development Plan and the Public Investment Plan, is the results matrix. Now, in that results matrix, we also included a column there that has the SDG indicators. So at this time, if I may be honest, of course, I don't want to just say good things, you know, of the things we do. As mentioned yesterday by Tom, it would be good to also discuss, you know, what challenges are we facing here? And at this time, we only are able to indicate 83 SDG indicators of the 198 that are being proposed into that results matrix. So a lot of the outcomes and sub-outcomes there do not have indicators. Another concern that we're facing is that when we ask agencies, oh, please tag your programs and projects and how they contribute to the SDGs and the RM indicators, sometimes, they cannot exactly attribute a certain project. So they just indicate, they just keep checking, different indicators, but you cannot really see to which particular indicator do they contribute to, okay? So those are, at least those are in the planning and in the programming stage. Now, when we come to the budget, which is the third stage now, the Department of Budget and Management would advise the agencies, okay, when you submit to us the projects that you would like us to budget, when you submit your budget proposals into what they call the OSBPS, or that's Online Submission of Budget Proposal System, please indicate the same projects that you indicated in your public investment program, the same information of the same data on the costings, locations, the same SDG indicators, RM, so that they are able to track now from planning to programming to budget. Again, we face the challenge of agencies, just wanting to get this done, because if they don't put in other projects into the budget system, there's a big chance that the projects don't get considered. And so sometimes there is a problem of 1:1 link between the public investment program and the budget systems. So now that's already a problem in tracking SDGs from one process to another. But NEDA, and we are happy to say this, because our team was able to, work closely with the DBM to try to address this problem of linking our systems with theirs. Because we've always heard from the DBM, we have, our systems are old but have been working for some time, and we don't want to change our systems because we might not have a budget next year if we update our systems or fix our systems. But they do acknowledge that there is a need to do that. But the fear of not being able to deliver, when you say, come on, DBM, give me your budget, they're not able to give anything because their systems are being improved, hinders them from actually pursuing an updating of the budget system. But we were able to devise a way of being able to track specific projects and programs found in the public investment program down to the DBM's budget systems by using APIP unified code. So there's a unified identifier for certain projects and programs, okay? Furthermore, the DBM as the way of being, to be able to further facilitate, tracking of SDGs. Originally, when they look at the performance of agencies, they only look at organizational outcomes. But it was only in 2018 that they thought, okay, why don't we bring it back? We bring it down even to programs, activities, and project outputs so that it is better or easier to track from the PIP to the DBM on achievement of indicators related to the SDGs. And so in 2018, the DBM required government agencies to even bring down lower now their indicators from the organizational level down to the to the PAPs, what we call the programs, activities, and projects. Okay, so we're able. Does everyone understand me so far? I'm not sure if I'm jumping all over the place, okay? So now from the planning, programming, and budgeting, we go down now to the monitoring of these SDGs. So we have the Philippine Statistical Authority, which also monitors the SDG indicators. They ask the agencies to regularly submit their PAPs along with the SDGs and what have they achieved so far. Remember, when I mentioned a while ago the results framework, we have the agencies who are concerned there and their reporting mechanisms and means of verification. So these they have to submit regularly to the PSA so that the PSA can monitor, whether we're achieving the SDG targets. The PSA also releases what they call the SDG Watch. I think there are also SDG Watch in other countries, no, but they regularly provide these SDG Watch so that we know where we stand. So the public is aware where we stand when it comes to SDG, whether we're achieving the SDGs. Okay, so that's basically how it goes from the planning, programming, budgeting to the monitoring, and adjustments are being made also to the SDG indicators by the PSA, which will again feed into later on the planning process. So it's just a cycle. Now, when you mentioned what are the reforms that have been done. Well, some of the reforms that we did is that the president, upon the start of his administration, will instruct all the agencies and the NEDA to prepare the development plan and make sure that SDG is considered. So that's one of the basis for having the SDGs in the PDP. And then we also there's also a more recent act where or law where the government requires that 20% of all taxes for alcohol, tobaccos, e-cigarettes will actually be used for the universal health care and to help local governments, deliver on their local SDGs regarding health. So the implementing guidelines for this is actually being done, and we hope to have this implemented soonest. Now, finally, just to close, I'm sorry I've gone beyond my 7 minutes, but I think, the main benefit that we see in having all these linkages is that, government is properly guided in the whole process and wanting to deliver on the SDG commitments with all these systems in place, particularly if they are all linked, then, we can be goal-oriented, we know where exactly there are gaps that we need to focus our limited resources on, among other things. So probably I'll end it at that, and probably in the question and answer there will be other things that will come up.
Thank you so much. Planning, programming, budgeting, and monitoring system using SDGs as a common agenda between these different processes, and using SDGs as performance benchmarks in order to hold government officials accountable, and also improving transparency, to my understanding. These are important lessons, and also you talked a little bit about the political level ownership the president requires the inclusion of SDGs as part of the national plans. Thank you very much for sharing these lessons. I'll turn on to the Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Finance, Bangladesh. Now, my understanding is that the climate change, which has had a considerable amount of socio-economic challenges, and over the past 2 decades, especially if we see in countries like Afghanistan or Pakistan, even Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, we see millions and millions of people that have been affected because of the issues emanating from climate change. Bangladesh, to my understanding, has an integrated national financing framework strategy, which includes the climate finance or working on climate change, building resilience as one of the priority areas. Can I request you to talk a little bit about what are the key reforms in the budgeting for climate change? It's a cross-sectoral issue. And what are the tools and systems, and maybe a little bit about benefits that are being derived in Bangladesh using these systems and processes and governance mechanisms? Thank you very much. Please, over to you.
Thanks, Norman. Thank you very much for giving me the floor here, and I'm honored to be here. So, in the very beginning, I like to say, Bangladesh is a climate vulnerable countries like other countries, as Norman mentioned, and to address our climate vulnerabilities, we have development plans, like Hazel mentioned also, like the different countries have development plans for different terms, like the very long-term plan, like the medium-term plan. So Bangladesh has very long-term climate goals. So that has been enunciated in the Bangladesh Delta Plan. And we have a perspective plan also. We have 5-year plan. So all these plans have, incorporated the climate goals, climate ambitions of the country. So now come to the point, like all these goals or plans, so how we can take all these into actions. So that is extremely important point. And at this point, I need to mention the budget system, like how we are considering all these climate actions into our budget system. And, to tell about our integration of climate change in the budget system, I will highlight 2 issues. Like the first thing is technical aspects, and the second thing is institutional aspects. So firstly, technical aspects. I think my friend from Philippines, like she also mentioned about the taxonomy or criteria of SDG. So when we prepare the climate budget tracking system for Bangladesh, we also face the same situation, like what criteria we will use, and what will be the definition of climate budget or climate relevant allocation or expenditure. At that time, we analyzed the global experiences and the taxonomies or definitions used by EU, OECD, Rio Marker, like all these, and also different countries' experiences. So we have seen like from the global experiences, what we have extracted that the different countries, they have customized the climate definition for climate budget. And they have set the criteria, like criteria which is customized to their own system. And in case of Bangladesh, so we have Bangladesh Climate Change Strategy and Action Plan that came into being in 2009, and we have set the programs and sub-programs for climate actions in that document, and we took that document as a you can say like the base point of our of estimating of our climate relevant allocation. So here, like the first technical aspects I like to highlight that the taxonomy or the definitional issue for setting up the criteria. So that is the extremely important point to move on for like climate budget tracking or tagging. So the second thing that is institutional aspect. So, integrating the climate change or SDGs in the budget cycle, and it should be institutionalized. Otherwise, it will be lost because we need to integrate that with the PFM system. So, in Bangladesh, what we have done, we incorporated the climate change in the budget call circular. And this budget call circular is the first step to call upon the other line ministries to submit their budget, to prepare their budget and submit their budget to the Ministry of Finance. So here, what I want to stress that, like we, using this tool, we can sensitize the line ministries to prepare the budget, to align the budget with climate change or with SDG or with any other themes like gender issues. So I think like this budget call circular can be a basis point to help the line ministries to prepare the budget for any thematic areas. And now after this once the Ministry of Finance will compile the budget, another important thing that is very much important for sustainability issue. So integrating any thematic area with the IPMIS system. So if it is in a budget cycle, it should be at the same time integrated with the integrated financial management information system. Otherwise, it will not be sustainable. And in Bangladesh, we have a migration from 13-digit accounting system to 53-digit accounting system back in 2017-18. And at that time, we prepared a module for climate change tagging. And we integrated that module with the IPMIS system. And now we can generate the automatic report, or you can say using that IPMIS platform. So that is the thing I should stress on for institutional aspects, because we have seen, like many countries, they started the climate budget tagging, but it is lost, because it was something like Excel based for a project, under a project, and it's for 2 years, 3 years, but like now it is non-existent. So that's why I'm mentioning here, like we need to integrate these, any system, like the SDG budget tracking or climate budget tracking, gender budget tracking. So all these tracking system should be integrated in the IPMIS system. So now, what is the output of this system? So once we do all this integration, so one output that is okay. So this is something like some report we can generate through the system. So that is the first benefit. But at the same time, the other benefits are there. So what are the other benefits? Like you can consider like the sensitizing the budget planner, because that is extremely important, because like this year Bangladesh did the 6th climate budget report. They started from 2016-17, so now it is 6th report, and we submitted this report to the parliament. So now it is discussed in the parliament, and now they are saying, okay, we are spending like 9% of our budget for climate change. So what is the trend? What we did before? So, and what we will do, since we have a medium-term budget framework, so what we are going to do in future. So in all the budgeting process meetings, so now climate agenda or other thematic agendas are being discussed, So that is very, you can say, like co-benefits from that process. Another issue is like the CSOs. Like now the CSOs, they are also coming up, and they are analyzing these reports, and they are also discussing the issues with us, referring all these reports, and since it is in the parliament. So that is also extremely important thing, and huge benefit from this system. And I think like, and there's some other benefits also. Like now we are tracking the investment, and also like we are tracking investment for particularly climate adaptation, climate mitigation, all these things. So at the same time, we are talking about external finance, like the sources of finance, like it is coming from government. Okay, so in the government, how government is contributing, like from their tax money. So what money is coming from external finance? So those issues are also coming up with this process. And my friend from IMF, he in the beginning he mentioned about fiscal buffer. So thank to him. Like we are also considering like this kind of fiscal buffer as a tool to mitigate fiscal risk. And for climate to mitigate the climate risk or climate vulnerabilities, like this fiscal buffer is an extremely important tool to take the interventions, to conduct the interventions for any climate change extreme events. So, but this fiscal buffer, the different countries have different capacities in terms of fiscal issues, and like the tax GDP ratio for different countries have different levels. But still, fiscal buffer is an important thing. And like this climate budget tagging, we are also discussing all these issues, like external financing, internal financing, fiscal buffer. All these issues are coming up. Even the NDCs, even all other thematic areas we are discussing along with this climate budget tagging. I think, I can stop here now. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So technical and institutional points. Thank you. You've talked about integrating climate change into the PFM system, the classification system that is in place for the budget making and expenditure tracking. You've also talked about using this system in order to produce climate budget reports that go to the Parliament, and some of the benefits of including this information into medium-term budget frameworks, but also allowing the civil society organizations to do the analysis, but also maybe provide inputs. And using this information to look at the sources of financing. And now it is leading to the discussions around developing fiscal buffers. So thank you so much. Can I now request the Department of Finance colleague from Philippines to talk about climate finance reforms in Philippines, a little bit brief about these reforms and what are the benefits that you are driving or intend to drive. Over to you. Thank you.
So thank you, Norman, and good morning to everyone. So before I answer your question, let me first give you a brief context on why we prioritize climate change in the country. Actually, it will also explain why we are doing all the reforms that Hazel mentioned earlier a while ago. So I think most of you here knows that the Philippines is an archipelago and that we are located in the Pacific Ring of Fire and the Northwest Basin, making us vulnerable to natural disasters. So for typhoons alone, every year we are experiencing 23 typhoons. Yes. And in fact, we now ranks first in the World Risk Index as the country most vulnerable to natural disasters. So not a really good picture here. So in terms of the numbers, based on a 2014 worldwide air model, the report said that we will be accumulating $3.6 billion in losses, public and private losses, to natural disasters. To make the picture worse, the report said that in the next 50 years, we have 40% chance of experiencing losses that will exceed $33 billion and 20% chance of experiencing losses of around $53 billion. So now we know the figures, but right now that figure might be higher given the effects of climate change. So in terms of our climate change requirement, so the mitigation part, this is just for agriculture, water, and transport alone. It's around $4.6 billion already from 2015 to 2030. And this does not include the attribution on how we will accomplish our nationally determined contributions of 75% greenhouse gas emissions reductions and avoidance. This does not also consider the fact that we are only contributing 0.3% of the total greenhouse gas emissions around the world. So the burden is really so much for us right now. So also in terms of our adaptation needs, it will still be added to the figures I mentioned earlier because we're currently preparing our national adaptation plan. So what did we do, or how we mobilize our resources to fund all those requirements I mentioned, or how do we make somehow a good picture out of those? So for disasters, in 2015, we develop our disaster risk financing and insurance strategy. So somehow this is a result of the Super Typhoon Yolanda that we experienced in 2013, which took so many lives. And it passed by, I think, around 6,000 lives. And the impact to our GDP was somehow large also. And it's just passing by the northern Leyte or the provinces in the south. But based on the report as well, if it passed by the Greater Metro Manila region, the damages would be 2 times or 3 times more. So that's why we developed such strategy. So it's a three-tiered layer strategy being implemented at the national, local, and government levels, depending on the frequency and intensity of disasters. So that strategy allowed us to tap and implement innovative financing such as catastrophe bonds, contingent credit lines from development partners, and even parametric insurance, among others. So on the other hand, in terms of climate change, we created an interagency technical working group on sustainable finance, or what we call now as Green Force, to harmonize all government policies pertaining to or leading towards green and sustainable projects. It composed of members from the national government agencies which formulate climate change policies. So the first output actually of this Green Force is our sustainable finance roadmap. So as I mentioned, to harmonize all government policies. And then it's also coupled with our guiding principles, which is a taxonomy of sorts of the financial sustainable ecosystem of the Philippines. So the sustainable finance roadmap of the country is somehow done in order for us to implement the NDC or our commitments under the NDC. So it's also categorized into 3 pillars. So pillar A is trying to make a conducive environment, which pertains to policies that we have to develop. Then the second one is mainstreaming sustainable finance, and the third one is developing a sustainable pipeline of investments. So under pillar C would be the private sector participation. Under that pillar, actually recently there are issuances from the private sector on social, green, and development sustainable bonds, which was done because the government was also able to issue such framework and guidelines on ESG or sustainable finance. Moreover, I think from the government side, we were also able to raise our first ESG global bonds last year. It's followed. It's in US dollar. Then it's followed by a Japanese yen sustainability bond. So we are also trying to currently issue one on this front. These initiatives that I mentioned actually complements what Hazel mentioned earlier, because in the planning side, there's also already a climate lens in terms of evaluating projects for approval that eventually we will be financing. And also, as Mr. Munir here said, the Philippines is also doing the climate change expenditure tagging for a while now. So I think in closing, I can say that we cannot just address climate change alone. So we have to couple it with our initiatives on the disaster risk reduction and management agenda, as well as the achievement of our sustainability goals. And of course, more importantly, the government cannot do it alone, and we need everyone to be on board. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Disaster risk financing and insurance as one of the components to maybe reduce that sudden spike in government spending when disasters hit. So I think that can be categorized as one of the fiscal buffers. So thank you very much for sharing this. I'll now request our colleague from IMF to talk a little bit about costing tools. Now, SDGs require considerable amount of additional investments, both from public and private sector, but in many cases, improvement in efficiency or usage of the existing resources. Now, we understand IMF has developed a costing tool for about 5 sectors: health, education, water and sanitation, energy, and road infrastructure. And also, there is now an online tool which takes these costs and also the macro variables and the SDG outcomes and presents a sort of an online system through which choices and options can be included in order to see their results. And lastly, can I also request you to talk briefly about the capacity development strategy or the capacity building initiatives that the IMF is undertaking, especially in this region? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Norman. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kentaro Katayama from the IMF headquarters based in DC. Also, I'd like to thank UNDP to invite us for such a wonderful event.
Thank you.
So what I'm going to talk is a little bit apart from country experiences, a little bit macro perspective, spending needs and also financing options. And later I will touch upon the CD capacity development, also technical assistance activity in the region, and then also not only Asian Pacific region, but SDG related activities as a whole. So I prepare slides, but only 3 slides because Norman is quite strict. First, let me explain a little bit on how much we should spend more in order to reach the SDGs. We have, IMF has a model to calculate the additional spending needs on 5 sectors that just Norman mentioned: water, education, health, and infrastructure, and electricities. We chosen the 5 sectors because it's macro critical. Then a little bit technical, but let me just explain the mechanics behind that. We are taking input-outcome approach. So first, we assume that the outcome indicator, which is basically SDG indicator, are a function of selected inputs and then also unit cost. For example, in the case of education, the SDG 4 is the outcome indicator for education, and input is the number of teachers, and unit cost is teachers' wage. So then we have to set the reference level, which is coming from the high performers in the peer countries, depending on the income level, then to calculate the spending needs to reach the kind of the reference level. So then we are having some spending needs in the 5 sectors. So on your left, on my right, we have a chart here, comparison between 2018 and 2022 in each income group. As you see, AE refers to the advanced economy, MEA is the emerging market economy, and the LIDC is the low-income developing countries. So the bar chart on the left refers to the Asian Pacific region, and kind of, the triangle markers refer to the world average. So in terms of income group, obviously you see the emerging market economy in Asian Pacific region has additional needs of around 4 to 5% of GDP, 2030 GDP. In terms of low-income countries, need to have additionally almost 10% of GDP in 2030 term to reach the SDGs in that 5 sectors. If you look at the triangle markers, which is coming from, which refers to the world average, in terms of EME, almost the same, but in terms of low-income countries, the kind of the additional needs in those countries is much smaller than the world average. This is coming from the South African nation, for example. They have almost 20% of GDP is needed to reach the SDGs in terms of spending. So then if you look at the kind of comparison between 2018 and 2022, the recent updates suggested that the moderate rise in spending needs for both EME and also low-income countries compared to the pre-pandemic level, it's quite a slight, you might see. Obviously, David, this morning, he explained a lot, but the pandemic and then also Russia's war in Ukraine have led to such kind of changes because most of the countries now facing a serious challenge compared to the pre-pandemic level. On your right, we have the sector breakdown of spending needs. Maybe a little bit too small to look, but the main message here is that both low-income countries and also emerging market economy are expected to spend equally on human capital and physical capital. Health and education refer to the human capital. Electricity and water and infrastructure, road refer to the physical capital. So almost 50-50. So you have to allocate the resources into the human capital and the physical capital equally. This is a takeaway from this model. Then the second slide is now showing the spending needs, financing options. So even though the size of the spending needs in low-income countries are a little bit smaller than the world average, as I told, but now deteriorating situation makes ambitious SDG timeline even more daunting. So then on your left, meeting the challenges, obviously requiring domestic reforms. Very ambitious domestic reform is needed. The focus should be on the following areas. First, the boosting economic growth through the structural reforms and also improving the efficiency of spending. The second, again, the domestic revenue mobilization should be enhanced to increase tax to GDP ratio, just my friend from Bangladesh mentioned. Also, which obviously comes from the comprehensive tax policy, also tax administration reforms. Yesterday, many of country representatives also touched upon this issue of tax to GDP ratio. Also, third, we need to attract more private financing for developing countries. So this is the main topic of the yesterday's discussion. And then we discussed about improvement of the business environment, strengthening the institution. Also, someone touched upon the new initiative, and then also collaboration between financial sector and developing sectors. So a lot of things to do, but we already know it. Then, on the bottom, also donor community could further collaborate to help fill the remaining gap. UN has some target for the ODA of 0.7% of GNI, but now, because of COVID and because of other crises, just 0.3% has been achieved. So the additional external financing from developing partners would be enhanced. Would need to be accelerated. So on your right, we have some model as a result. IMF did an in-depth analysis for 4 countries, including Rwanda, Nigeria, Cambodia, and Pakistan. This shows you that the size of reform gains and the result suggested twofold. One, the pandemic obviously increased the financing needs by 2.5% more. And then also, top of that, scarring effect would increase the spending needs additionally by 2%. So now we are sitting in a very serious and dangerous situation in a sense, because 2030 is almost around, but we have increased the spending gap to fill that. The second, such kind of reform could be implemented, but still we have a gap. So if you look at on the very right on the chart, so such kind of reform could cover only up to half of the needs. So again, the sustained and the increased support is still critical. So on the bottom, as Norman mentioned, we invented a new tool, online tool, which is quite useful, user-friendly. So my priority here is to ask you to remember this website, SDG Fit, SDG financing tool. So it's you just type this link to go there. It's very useful, and we could use some parameters to be changed. So it's very easy. So then obviously handbook manuals are uploaded. So it was easy to go there and then easy to access and discuss, facilitating a discussion among the policymakers. Then finally, I'd like to touch upon a little bit on our city support. Maybe that's coming. No. Okay. So capacity development. Before going to the capacity development, I would like to mention that the IMF is now stepping up its support in the area of economic inclusion, income inequality, gender disparities. Such kind of inclusion issues is now becoming our top priority. So when we send some team to the surveillance, we thinking such kind of agenda as a top priority to make the economic growth sustainable. In terms of capacity development, yes, this session is focusing on the public spending. So the enhancing MTFF and the PFM, green PFM, and also gender PFM. Those three are the quite important issues. And then Bangladesh is the trailblazers in the Asian region in terms of green budgeting. And then also gender budgeting is also underway in at least 15 Asian countries. Also, revenue mobilization is also a very important issue, not the topic for this session, but it's very complementary to the INFF in a sense that financing, the second block of INFF is financing strategy, and then our MTRS is complementary to the financing strategy. So all in all, this support, our support in the capacity development will be linked to the progressing INFF, and then please do remember that the IMF remain committed to support the countries to achieve SDG agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So from the costing side, thank you. So from the costing side, the input-outcome method, based on which the calculations show that the emerging market economies would need about 5% of GDP of additional investments in order to get back on the track of SDGs, and low-income countries about 11%. And the three key policies that you've talked about: one, economic growth; number two, improving efficiency of public spending. And I think budgeting for SDGs or aligning public investments with the SDGs focuses on efficiency element. Number two is the taxation reforms, and number three is attracting private financing or private capital. And then you've also talked about inclusion, gender, income inequalities, or within the country, territorial inequalities. Those are the key topics that we also look at while reviewing the issues of inequality. Can I now request our colleague from UNICEF to talk a little bit about fiscal space? Now, we know that because of, as David also said, because of increase in interest rates, the interest expenditure may be taking more space within the budgets. And also, if there is fiscal consolidation requirement, that is going to reduce some of the space that is available, especially for the social sector. Now, you've analyzed the expenditure related to social sector in about 18 countries. So can we request you to maybe talk a little bit about that and also show some of the results that you have seen through this analysis, and now what do you intend to do in order to help the countries maybe either improve efficiency or some measures to increase the fiscal space? So over to you, Andrea, please.
Thanks so much, and thanks everybody to inviting us. It's, even if I'm UNICEF and I'm sitting with the IMF, actually my presentation really follows what we just heard. So, and sometimes people wonder why UNICEF is speaking about public finance. Well, interesting, the Convention of the Right of the Child on Article 4 specifically required, that means a legislation in every country that has ratified it, requires that countries maximize their resources for the implementation of the convention. It's a specific article on finance. It's one of the few conventions on human rights that have a specific requirements on public finance. So this is why in UNICEF we work on education, health, we work with children. Actually, there are a group of economists looking at, with governments, to see if this is happening. So it's not just any amount of money for education, health, and etc., but it's the maximization of available resources. It's a very interesting word. So this is why I'm here. And it's very interesting the way we work together, because the way of analyzing the budget, analyzing the ways and the allocations and the use of resources in social sectors is what really makes a sense normally, but in this specific moment of history is critical. And the idea is that we know that the recovery for every country will pass through the public expenditure on social services. As you heard before from IMF, we do understand that the recovery, the long-term recovery, will not happen if the loss that we made during these last 3 years, and we know that children pay the highest cost, and when I say children, just think about education, health. The loss that we have in years of education will have an economic impact that for this region will be dramatic for the next 30 years, particularly if you link that with an aging society. So that's one of the major points that we have to think about ahead. It's not just because it's right in principle, as UNICEF will tell you, but because it's really right in practice. It's a concern for us. So we have just a couple of slides. Oh. As Norman mentioned, we just did a report. We analyzed all the allocations and expenditure of different sectors for the last 3 years, before and after. So you can, if you want to have, just scan the code to download the reports. And I'll present you a few of the results here, as Norman was mentioning. One, and this is actually taken from our colleague from the bank, is this idea that the non-monetary dimension of the pandemic and its impact may have a monetary cost bigger than the loss of income. What does it mean? That the long-term economic impact of the loss of education and health that we had in the last 2 years will have a massive impact if it's not addressed quickly. And this is, I think, is critical. Now, what's the problem? And I quote, I will not say which country, a colleague from a Minister of Finance in this region. He told me, Andrea, be careful, because that was during the time there was an expansion of a social program. And he said, look, by the time the rich will get better, consolidation will come. And as our colleague of UNESCO here in the region proved, this region we have a recovery that has a K-shape. That means some people, some part of our society are recovering, so going up, and there's a component of our society that still are going down. And this is what is creating the discrepancies and inequalities in this region. So when this is happening, this is something we have, our concerns should be addressed. We know that most of the countries, almost all of them, apart from China, are already into the consolidation phases. A consolidation phase is in a way requested to put the accounts in order. But as we learned in the past, we have been very careful when we put order in the accounts on who will pay the cost and which areas we have to protect. Not only, as I said, because it is right in principle, children's priority, but because it is right in practice. We've seen in the past when we only look at the accounts without looking at the implication, that later on the economic cost of what we have done was too big. So this is why we are common interest. When I say IMF and UNICEF, I'm happy that we are sitting here, or why IMF article for mission, among the others, they come to UNICEF say, okay, we are proposing this one, but tell me more inside, in reality, on the ground, because this is what we do. What will be the major implication, for example, if we cut down, I don't know, salaries for teachers, or the wage component for health? What will be the real implication? And this is, I think, the interesting collaboration that we have. So just to summarize, how we create this fiscal space. We have 5 areas, usually the basic ones. So one, what we work in UNICEF, increase ODA, try to get more money for the donors. And appreciate we are trying to have the same message, but we are also realistic. We know that at the moment, the possibility to have more ODA is almost impossible. It will be just a miracle if we keep the donors having the same level of support they have so far. We have to keep the pressure, but it will be difficult. Second one, increase domestic revenue. And on that one, we heard about taxation. This is an important one, particularly, as I say, if you have a K-shaped recovery, making sure that the ones that are going up and getting advantage are actually redistributing or pay part to the ones that are not benefiting from the recovery. That's the important one. Deficit financing. We have done a lot. country did an amazing work in the expansion of intervention after the COVID, but probably they reach a limit. And we know that the payment of that debt is our major competitor when we discuss in budget with Minister of Finance. We cannot, if you have to pay more for debt, I cannot pay for education, and we know that's the case. So what are the other two options? The first one is prioritization. Once we know how big is the cake, and this is about the economy, is about all the factors we mentioned, how we divide the cake, that's a component of priority. And we've learned during the COVID that fiscal space is an important concept, but what really matters is a political space. We have seen governments increasing amazing on social protection, for example, and we did this calculation, the average of this region is 34 days. Within 34 days from the first COVID case, countries were already announcing intervention on social protection. It's amazing. And the expansion of that done by government system, not parallel system, was also incredible. So prioritization, important one. And the third one is the efficiency, the internal efficiency. And this is how, as UNICEF, this is the work we do with the ministry. We work with the Ministry of Education all the time. We are embedded there, or the Ministry of Health. Is how we can make, once the money are allocated, how we can make sure that those money are properly spent, as to make sure that you will pay wages for teachers, making sure the teachers are in the school. It's a very simple example, but we can fight for one if we work on the others. And I keep forgetting to. Doesn't matter. Okay. So just to conclude, I present you a few the data. I think the most important one. So what we know that the level of allocations in this region through the different social sector is under the benchmark we were supposed to, under the international agreement level. So when we did is not only looking at the allocation as a percent of GDP, but we look, because we want to look at priority, as allocation as a percentage of the national budget. So we wanted to look through the different years if the allocation for health as a percentage of a national budget was going up and down. So what you see here in that graph is the allocation, the changes in allocation between the two different years. So if between 1920, so on the right side, it means there was increased priority for health. And between 2021, in the lower side, if it was up, it was going out. So you have the usual four quadrants, right? So when you see more countries on the top right, it means there was an increase in priority through the 2 years. And in the case of health, this is what you see. Many countries increase the level of the percentage of health as a percentage of the national budget. And the diagonal means that the result is positive. So in generally speaking, we had an increase of priority for health. And we know that. That was vaccines. That was major areas. This graph doesn't tell you how the composition of that increased expenditure was. Because in reality, it was increased priority, but for COVID only. And that has a huge cost on all the other services on health. As we have seen, for example, the increasing number of what we call the zero dose. Children that haven't received a single vaccine, not COVID, all the other vaccines, has increased in the last 2 years, despite all the efforts. But generally speaking, an increased interest on health. When we look at social protection, that's a little more interesting because what you see here is more on the right quadrant, right? The lower quadrant. That means we had an increase at the beginning and then a decrease. And even before the consolidation, many programs, we had this big improvement and then was going down. And that's a challenge, or in a way it is understandable. What is important that we don't go worse than we were before. So still the average is more or less on the zero. So we had an increase because of the emergency and went down. But what was surprising for us is the last one, if it works. Suspense and not working. Okay. That was too fast. I don't know. Is there any way, can you just...
Can we go back? Previous slide, please. Well,
yes.
thank you.
When you look at education, education was negative. Education was on the first quadrant. What does it mean? That remember, we are measuring on that dot. Education as a percentage of national budget, it was going down 1920 and it was going additionally down 2021. So that means we are deprioritizing education. And we know that the major cost of the COVID was on education, was on the closing of schools. So here we do have a major problems. The problem is despite all the financial constraint that we had, I'm not talking about the amount, I'm not even talking about the cost. And we've done the same simulation understanding how big is the cost. But here what we are seeing is that on average in the region, education is getting worse and worse. Now, that's from a pure economic and investment point of view, that is suicidal. Because, again, if we are not keeping the investment now, particularly on primary level, not talking about tertiary education, primary and secondary level of education, by 2035, by 2045, we will not have the capacity to support all the costs that we will have in 30 years. And remember, we are talking about the fastest aging region in the world. And you need to improve the productivity of each of the child, because if a child is 5 now, by the time he's 35, he or she will have to support the double of people that people have to support now. We have to double the efficiency. And we know that the return of investment is decreasing by the age, just remember Heckman. We are missing an important moment now. So purely financially, economically, we need to understand and to make this calculation, not just with the balance, but thinking about 35 years, and that's it. And almost the conclusion on those one.
Next slide, please.
So this is the most important one. Work with the sectors, work together with financial sustainability, and working with long-term impact. Thanks so much, Norman.
Thank you very much. Really grateful. Thank you, and really grateful. Fast-aging population and loss of investment on health and education can have lasting impact, and hence that would be a priority area to work, especially in this region. And you've talked about improving efficiency, i.e. looking at governance systems or even policies that can reallocate resources from low priority to high priority, from low outcome generating to high outcome generating areas. So maybe focus or invest on what we call multiplier effects on priority SDGs. So health, social protection, and education. Now, we don't have much time left, so can I maybe request or just one question? I apologize. I wanted to, allow more time. But I've actually seen that hand first. Okay, maybe I've been given more time, so we'll take 3 questions. Very generous, Tom. Thank you very much. Sir, please, over to you.
Good morning. My name is Humair. I'm Additional Secretary, Minister of Economic Affairs, Government of Pakistan. First of all, excellent presentations. I think some of the best presentations during this entire 2 days. I learned a lot. We have talked about, during this session, we have talked about the, the funding gap, the amount that is being spent. I mean, of course, we've talked about the measures that are being taken to streamline spending on SDG into the main budget system. We've talked about the amount of spending that is being done on the SDGs and the funding gap as well. I think what is of equal importance and what also requires a lot of emphasis is the quality of money that is being spent on achieving the SDGs. To what extent they're actually contributing to achieving the SDGs. Now, how that happens, that efficiency is determined by the efficiency of your delivery mechanism. When I talk about the delivery mechanism, I'm talking about the governance mechanism, the civil service, the government systems, which ensure translation of the money that you're spending into benefits for the people. So, and this is where role of the governments as well as role of the multilateral institutions come in. To what extent are the governments in, let's say, developing countries spending money on improving the governance mechanism, the civil service reforms? In my opinion, the governments do spend money, but in a piecemeal way. They touch upon things that are easy to spend on, like capacity building, training, but not exactly the restructuring of the civil service. That is a more long-term permanent measure that requires years and years and a lot of political buy-in. Now, that civil service reforms is not exactly a very populist thing. So it's not often, it's done in piecemeals, but it's not persevered with. So that is one thing that requires to be done. You know, the restructuring, when you talk about governance mechanism, administration mechanism, it requires to be done wholesome, holistically, over a longer period of time. Now, that is one component. The other component is that the multilateral agencies also, to what extent they are working effectively with the governments, to what extent they're working with the governments for this. Now, when they see, I'm just going to conclude, when they see that, when they also see that this is a difficult process, so sometimes the focus shifts. The focus happens to be on piecemeal approach, you know, holding capacity building, training sessions, this, that, but not on the wholesome civil service reforms. So both the governments and the multilateral agencies need to work together in order to ensure concerted, persevered efforts towards you know, a restructuring where required, in order to achieve an efficient delivery mechanism and in order to ensure that whatever money is being spent actually goes into achievement of the SDGs. Thank you.
That's a very important conclusion. Public administration reforms or civil service reforms, they are linchpin of improving governance in the system. I couldn't understand, sir, who was this question directed to specifically? Just a comment.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Good morning. I'm Mahesh Bhatrai from the National Planning Commission of Nepal. My question goes to Ms. Hazil Aris from Philippines. Well, you explained in detail about SDG internalization in your planning, programming, budgeting, and monitoring. That's good. During the implementation phase, do you just track the SDG-friendly budget after allocation of resources in different projects or programs? Or you encourage line agencies to propose SDG-friendly programs in advance? Do you encourage line agencies to propose SDG-friendly programs, or just it's a kind of tracking how much amount has been allocated to particular SDG? And partially this question goes to my colleague from Bangladesh, Mr. Saik. In your case also, you just explained climate budgeting. What's the case in Bangladesh? Because I'm just asking you because we have already also introduced gender budget, climate budget, a proper budget, but the reality in Nepal is that we are not being able to encourage our line agencies to propose SDG-friendly or climate-friendly budget in advance. Just we are tracking how much budget has been allocated or being spending. So my question goes to friends from Philippines and Bangladesh: how you encourage line agencies to propose SDG-friendly budget or climate-friendly budget?
Thank you very much. So is it just information, or do you use this information to incentivize better allocations?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. Actually, for national government, for government agencies, when I said that we do the planning document, we prepare the planning document, this is really in coordination with all concerned agencies. And at the very start, as I mentioned, given the President's instruction to incorporate SDGs in your planning documents. I'm sorry, I only mentioned the National Development Planning document, but actually we also have sectoral master plans. And these are usually developed by the line agencies that are concerned, and they have also incorporated the SDGs at the very start. So it's not just monitoring, the SDG indicators. Well, of course, in incorporating the SDGs into their sectoral plans, they also have to come up with indicators and report on them. And these are those that are reflected later on in the SDG Watch, which I mentioned earlier. Thank you very much.
So not only information, it is actually, this information is used for better planning and maybe later on better budgeting. Joint Secretary.
In case of mobilizing resource for climate finance, like in Bangladesh, what we are doing, we have defined the green climate resilience development, and we have incorporated the we call it GCR into our public investment management guidelines. So the projects that is coming through our the planning commission, so they are, like encouraged by the planning ministries to incorporate this GCR. So in this way, the ministries who are submitting the projects to the body for approval, the projects like highest level, so they are incorporating the GCR and vice versa, because they know like we have the particular definition for green climate resilience development. So in this way, and I already mentioned about the budget call circular, there is a clear guidance about climate, about gender, all these things. So the line ministries, they are encouraged to prepare their budget in this way. And since it is a medium-term budget framework process, so there is a couple of times in every fiscal year there are meetings taking place, and like all the cross-cutting issues are being raised in those meetings. So in this way, definitely, like the issues like climate change, SDGs, gender are being reflected in the budget. So like so with this, I have a comment to my friends from Pakistan.
Please go ahead.
His comment, like, I don't want to focus on the reform side of civil service, because I know this is really a very structural issue. But, we have seen, like, in the world, we can see a reform is going on, throughout the international, institutional area. And you can see now we have climate PIMA, So before in the IMF we have PIMA, but now we have climate PIMA. So in Bangladesh we have also tried for PEFA++. So that is for, the PEFA for gender, PEFA for climate. So in this way, definitely we are trying to, enhance the quality of expenditure for climate, gender, or this kind of cross-cutting issues. So before 10 years back, like there are no systematic methods, but now the systematic methods are coming up. So I think like in this way, the world can ensure accountability or quality for like SDG or like for other cost-cutting areas expenditure. Okay,
Thank you so much. So PIFA and PIMA are the assessment systems and tools through which reforms, or systemic level reforms, can be identified, focusing on improving efficiency. We'll take one last question or comment from Tom.
Thanks, Noman, and thanks to the presenters and also the great questions. I think this has been a brilliant session. Just a couple of reflections and a question to take up in coffee, so we don't need to answer it now.
Thank you.
But reflection first for the UN and IMF. I take away from this session really that progress on sustainable development is a fiscal buffer. And I think it's really important that we recognize that we can't do fiscal space analysis, debt sustainability analysis in a policy agnostic way. We have to look at the implications of fiscal space and debt distress for progress on sustainable development. And I think we're at this unique time, and it's fantastic, Kantaro, you're with us, because I think we've got a lot to do to try and join up our analysis across the UN, UNICEF, UNDP, and others with you. A reflection for the countries. Wow, what amazing progress, systemic progress. That's, again, what I take away. This isn't ad hoc. This is systemic. It's about public financial management information systems, budget call circulars. It's really systemic stuff. And I think you're telling us that actually the SDGs help build momentum for public financial management reform and better management of public finance. That's what I'm taking away from you. But the question I have over coffee is, what has really changed in terms of allocations and expenditures for sustainable development? I hear the systems are set up, Are we yet at the point of saying, well, actually, yeah, we have redirected finance because of those systems towards climate change, sustainable development? That's what will be really exciting to hear, but over coffee.
Right, thank you so much. So allocations, better distributions. I would like to thank my colleagues for your inputs and wrap up. And if there are any other questions, either you can ask them over coffee or maybe get in touch with them directly. Thank you so much for your time. Round of applause, please. Thank you.
Great, thank you to Noman and to the panellists. We've heard how on the budgeting side of public finance we're moving towards more systemic approaches. We're going to move now to the other integral side of public finance and look at tax, which is important not only for creating the fiscal space to be invested through the budget, but also is a policy tool for the SDGs in its own right. And we're going to move now to talk about how we can more systemically link tax policy to the SDGs. And it's my pleasure to welcome Alberto Iscuts, who's an Economic Affairs Officer with UNESCAP, to moderate the session. Alberto.
Thank you very much. I heard coffee. I was momentarily confused. I said we're going to go for coffee now. But unfortunately, you have to listen about taxes before, which is probably not the most entertaining topic, but that's an important one. May I ask the speakers of the session to please join me? Sudarshan Kasturi-Raragan, Regional Tax Specialist of UNDP. Then we have Mr. Elson Martino de Acosta, National Director of Management of Effectiveness and Mobilization of External Assistance, Ministry of Finance of Timor-Leste. We have also Mr. Kumarasiri, Director General, Department of National Planning, Ministry of Finance of Sri Lanka. And we have another participant from Mongolia who will speak online. Well, the topic of taxation is very important. It's one of the most important sources of resources for the SDG. We have heard a lot about private sector mobilization. Can you hear me? So, but there are many SDGs that require public resources. So, the INFF methodology really is quite important and quite useful because it allows a very organic way of thinking about mobilization of resources, right? We think about what is needed, how much we need, how we are going to get this money, from what sources. So the same is true for taxation, right? Taxation requires some spending ideas, things that we need to finance. So taxes, we want to figure out, okay, how much we need to collect, how much is possible, and how we are going to go about it. Now, when it comes to taxation, there are basically three issues I want to mention briefly in relationship to the SDGs. The first one is the amount of taxation. So it is very clear that we have a large financing gap. We have seen in the presentation by the IMF that there is a big gap. The gap got worse because of the COVID, the pandemic, recent events, inflation, increases in interest rates. But the reality is that the gap was already very large before these events. And we have an enormous challenge to finance the SDGs. But when it comes to taxation, it's not just the amount, how much we need to collect, but how we are going to collect, what we are going to tax and what we are not going to tax. So there is a possibility to use the tax system to contribute to the objectives of the SDGs. So that is another dimension that is quite complex. We get into the dimension of tax policy, but it's an important one. And the third element is how we tax. So it's not just the policy, the tax policy, but also the tax administration issues. And there is important developments. The role of digitalization to make taxation more effective is one of the issues that are being discussed in many countries, and is also something that can contribute more tax resources. In addition to these three issues, what is the amount we want to tax, how we are going to tax, what we are going to tax, what we are not going to tax, and how we are going to do it effectively, improving the administration, there are also some more philosophical issues related to tax compliance. So the question is why people want to pay taxes or don't want to pay taxes, right? And there is a long literature on this, economic literature. And one of the ideas recent times, it's not that recent, but it has been a popular area, is that people are more willing to pay taxes when they feel that the resources that they are contributed are going to be used for something that they enjoy and they like. So having said that, perhaps the SDG agenda is something that could be very popular. People would like to pay taxes because SDGs is something that most people will benefit in one way or another. So it could be interesting to explore this idea as well, whether the implementation of the SDGs can lead to a new tax pact or fiscal pact that can improve compliance and make the collection of tax resources easier. Just a philosophical idea for consideration. Okay, we have with us a very diverse panel with a quite degree of expertise and information. So I hope that some of these questions will be answered during this discussion. So let me introduce the speakers. We are going to have first a short presentation by our colleague from UNDP, Sudarshan, the regional tax specialist. Then we are going to have Mr. Elson Martinho da Costa, the National Director of Management and Effectiveness and Mobilization of External Assistance of the Ministry of Finance of Timor-Leste. We have then online, we have Mr. Odon Chimek Sendembal, the Head of Transfer Pricing Division, the Tax Audit and Methodology Department of the General Department of Taxation of Mongolia. He's going to talk to us from Ulaanbaatar. And finally, we have Mr. Kumarasiri, the Director General of the Department of National Planning at the Ministry of Finance of Sri Lanka. So without further ado, let me start. Let me start with the first round of questions. Let me start by inviting Sudarshan to provide his presentation. Go ahead, Sudarshan, please. Sure.
Okay. Good morning, all. Thank you, Alberto. In fact, what my presentation will largely is kind of piggyback on what context Alberto said, and also the previous session laid out, the relationship between tax and the Sustainable Development Goals, which will, probably set the foundation for the other panelists to share their country experiences in terms of aligning their tax goals with the SDGs. To begin with, I believe in one of the panels yesterday, it was Elvin from PBSP who mentioned the fact that, the hierarchy of, what significance the public finance, especially if tax, comes at the bottom hierarchy, doesn't get the significance, attention it needs to. In fact, if I may borrow his term, he said it's not sexy to feature in the top or in terms of priority aspect. So what the endeavor or the objective is, not to make it sexy, at least, kind of, bring the spotlight on taxation, its significance, and especially at these challenging times where we have witnessed a historic decline in tax trend in terms of tax to GDP or even revenues, as a matter of fact. Having said that, this is an opportunity time, as they always say, adversity doesn't block the path to success, but actually enables us a building block or creates the bridge that is required to relook at these public finances, especially taxation. And countries have also started increasingly utilize the INFF in order to strengthen their tax institutions, align the tax and SDGs, and more importantly, enhancing tax collection, which is very imperative. So let me begin with a very optimistic note. Despite the uncertainty glooming around in terms of the numbers, the optimistic note, comes from a recent study published by the OECD and the revenue statistics in this Asia-Pacific region. What the study, refers to is there is a potential to increase tax revenues by an average of 3.6% of GDP, which is very significant, especially at these times. Now, this is largely based on the tax capacity. So what does that mean is, the assessment of each country's capacity to generate revenues, considering its structural characterizations such as GDP per capita, the size of the agricultural sector, trade openness, etc. So therefore, this really shows that there is huge amount of appetite and significant possibilities to increase an average of 3.6%, as I mentioned, which is a significant amount of revenue collections at these tough times. Now, having said that, getting into the topic in terms of the tax trends or the reforms, if you look at the wave, what I've depicted, this was actually one which I did pre-pandemic. The idea at that point in time was, there were a lot of measures happening in terms of tax evasion, transparency, and eventually in 2024, getting into a sustainable development motive, beyond, getting the tax evasion part, which was the work that was happening, and countries have also been strengthening through various reforms. Now, the silver lining from the pandemic is it has exacerbated the need for sustainable development. So therefore, this particular slide is still relevant and all the more relevant and imperative, because this is what we're going to talk about in terms of how fiscal contract can be established and how it is significant from a sustainable perspective. Specifically on the reforms, there are three areas which I would like to dwell upon. There are quite a lot of activities happening, but these three have a connect to the SDG goals as well as from a domestic revenue mobilization perspective as well. Now, all these eventually surround around increasing solidarity taxes, energy taxes, growth patterns, etc. But one notable trend, of course, I'm for a moment not getting into the global macroeconomic, but I largely look on the three major trends from a tax policy standpoint that will help in terms of augmenting domestic revenue. One is the establishment of a global minimum tax as a revenue mobilization feature. Now, incidentally, it is not designed for a revenue-raising mechanism, but its purpose is largely to ensure that corporates or the multinational enterprise pay a minimum tax of 15% in order to prevent their income to a low-tax jurisdiction. Now, the objective is to largely ensure that there is a level playing field and kind of discourage a harmful tax competition among countries. Now, it is also estimated that Pillar 2, which is the global minimum tax, would fetch a revenue of around USD 200 billion for developing economies, which is significant. And it will benefit more than the higher income jurisdictions for all these while due to transfer pricing and there is certain tax shifting mechanisms. Now, amidst the revenue raising mechanism, to me, what I look from the global minimum tax is it's crucial to foster tax competition in a very productive manner, which unfortunately all these whiles have been one-sided in terms of tax competitions. And now the global minimum tax to a larger extent will thwart that and try to ensure that we have a fair competition which will eliminate unnecessary tax incentives which are aimed at foreign investments. Largely countries in a euphoria to garner foreign investments, there are a lot of tax incentives which can be unproductive, bad ones. So that can be eliminated. Now, having said that, in terms of investments, I think this segues to the next important reform that I would like to touch upon, which is harmonizing tax, trade, and investment. And this is another significant area in terms of talks that's happening, aligning from the SDG perspective, trade and SDGs or investment in SDGs, where we have a responsible investment coming in. Now, even from a country standpoint, different departments look at various parts. So unfortunately, tax or trade, investment work in a silo manner, not in a cohesive, in a unified manner. So now what happens eventually has happened all these while is led to investment arbitrations against developing economies, leading to huge compensation for multinationals, and also at the same time, create sort of a disputes with the World Trade Body, and more importantly, as I already alluded to, in terms of giving certain unproductive and bad tax incentives, so to speak. So the eventually, have a harmonized tax state investment will ensure that we have responsible foreign investments while providing, substance-based tax exemptions, which will augment well in terms of from a labor or productivity standpoint. Now, finally, I will conclude with a very significant point, which also touched upon a comment made by the colleague from Pakistan in terms of enhancing the fiscal contract. And tax, I believe, plays a very significant role in fostering the fiscal contract. And now countries are looking at building this, it's called the fiscal citizenship. So now in order to foster this fiscal citizenship is to reinforce the social contract between the government and the citizens. As we all know, the fundamental aspect of contract is, taxpayers pay their fair share of taxes and government use those resources to give back for welfare activities. Now for this to happen, for the monetary resources for the government to happen, there has to be a strong social contract between the citizen and the government, for which, again, in order to foster it, you need to strengthen the tax institutions. Now, to strengthen the tax institutions, there are various mechanisms, for example, improving the capacity, tackling illicit financial flows, improve transparency, and more importantly, the trust among the stakeholders. Now, all these boils down because I believe taxation is a core element to uphold and establish the social contract, and the positive spillover it can also leave behind in terms of other governance areas such as the rule of law, justice, parliamentary oversight, etc. So, therefore, I believe that is a very significant reform. Well, I'll conclude, since I mentioned Elvin at the beginning in terms of tax not being a sexy. Now, what has happened is, thanks to pandemic and thanks to all the multidimensional crises that we've gone through, taxation has got back the spotlight, or is in the forefront of the agenda. And I believe it is essential that we have these kind of meaningful dialogues about taxation to foster sustainable development, such as what we're going to do now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sudarshan. A very, very good presentation and very brief but substantive. I would like now to turn to Timor-Leste. The question is about tax policy. Can support the attainment of some SDGs, and one example is SDG 3 on health. So, how Timor-Leste has recently introduced a tax on tobacco products. Can you please describe how this tax works and what was the motivation to its introduction?
First of all, thank you, Alberto. So I'm very pleasure to be here. This is just to sharing the experience, what has been done from Timor-Leste sides, because this is a very crucial and very good momentum from Timor-Leste in order to gaining the opportunity. Because we all know that Timor-Leste is heavily rely on petroleum funds in order to make sure that sustainable for financing and assure the fiscal space to guarantee that the SDG theme about no one left behind. So that. But let me very briefly to introduce the Timor-Leste that according to our census that the size of population is 1.34 millions. That now the governments really focus on to make priority for health and education, because this is the main important sector that can we contribute or elevate the human development. And according to the Human Development Index, that Timor-Leste is in this time is compared with the 3 years backward is not increased, but it's decrease in terms of scoring for 61 to decrease to 0.61 decrease to 0.45. So it means that because this is the based on the populations, the growth of the population that's increased 1.2%. So for that, we are struggling to increase the our, as I mentioned, that our Human Development Index, and very specifically on the in terms of the health condition and context of Timor-Leste, that based on the WHO findings, that almost 700 people, as young people, was passed away or dead every year. So it means that really huge number of the mortality rates of young people. So that's why, as we all know, that the average size of the young people is smokers. So this is can really contribute to their impact of the communicable diseases and some non-communicable diseases. Thus, go back to the fiscal space that Timor-Leste is facing, and in terms of the very lowest public expenditure for the health sectors, that it's only around 25% of the public expenditure that for health sectors is not really cover the universal health coverage. So that's why, as I mentioned, that in this time, take the advantage of the others, per learning from the colleagues from like Indonesia and Philippines, that also trying to increase the tax, excise tax. So that's why this is the government take advantage for through this INFF pro health taxation. So very recently we, very recently we through the parliaments already enacted this pro health taxation, and then already implement start from January this year. So that especially for tobacco and sugar and sweetened beverage. So especially for the tobacco, to increase from 19 per kg to $25 per kg. So this means that this can be really contribute, not really significant, but it's contribute to increase the tax collection revenue for 4 million per year. So I think this is also to reduce the smoking. I mean, the smokers, the number of smokers for these times. Additionally, to recognizing this, promote the behavior of the smokers. That's why take this advantage. The government also promote or introduce the sweetened beverage tax for $3 per kilogram of the sugary drinks. And for that, I think the government of Timor-Leste discourage the customer to engaging the healthy behaviors for these times, and also based on the calculation that to increase this, the tax for tobacco, not only this time, but the government also have a planning to increase more 50% the coming years. This is calculated can be contributes or collections almost doubled from 12 million per year. Still very far from the expectations, but this is an opportunity that the government of Timor-Leste would like to introduce this tax. I think more or less this is just to share in the experience, but because this is also once through the INFF, we would like to, in terms of the domestic resource mobilizations, to increase the fiscal or assure the fiscal sustainability. More or less, thank you, but we can discuss.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Da Costa. Now, this is a very, very important initiative because you have an impact on increasing the tax collection, which is an important goal. But most importantly, you are contributing directly to the health SDG. And I think that probably the benefits are not just the collection of taxes, but the savings on health costs by having less people smoking and having cancer, some things like that. We are going to turn now to the second panelist, who is actually speaking from Mongolia. Ms. Tsendembal, are you online now? Okay, yes, we can see you. Okay, let me, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Perfectly, yes, very good. So Mongolia is the second largest landlocked country in the world and is endowed with significant natural resources. As such, mining is one of the main economic sectors in Mongolia. The sector has attracted significant foreign investments and is dominated by multinational enterprises. While this has boosted economic growth in Mongolia, tax avoidance by multinationals through the transfer pricing mechanism can result on reduced tax revenues. Can you share what Mongolia has done to address this problem?
Өглөөний мэнд хүргэе. Баярлалаа. За би энэ миний слайда би шеэрлж байна.
Could you hear me? If you can share, please.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Apologies.
За би юу шеэрлж чадахгүй надад тэрний шеэрлэх юм байна.
There will be simultaneous interpretation. We are waiting for the interpreter. Please bear with us for a few minutes.
За баярлалаа. За юуны өмнө энэ цуцанд өгөх боломж удирдлага хуваалцах боломж олгосон та бүхэнд баярлалаа. За манай улсын хувьд бол Монгол улс бол ашиг нөхцөлийн маш их нөөцтэй за эдийн засгийн энэ гараад ирсэн удаахан савтаас нэлээд хамааралтай байдаг. За энэ дээр бол удаахан салбарын төр асуудал нь хамгийн гол асуудал болж байна. За слайд. За хавханд би өнөөдөр бүрийн орлогод уулуурхайн салбар хэрхэн нөлөөлж байгаа талаар үзүүлээ. Next slide, please. Next slide. 자, 그래야 하나 수행
Sorry, Ms. Setnabal?
Yes?
We cannot hear the interpreter. If you don't mind, we are going to move to the next panelist until we solve the technical problem. We give you a few more minutes. So please wait another 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and we'll get back to you. Okay? So we can have your interpreter. Thank you so much. Apologies, colleagues, there was some technical problem. We are going to move now to our next panelist, Mr. Kumarasiri from Sri Lanka. Currently, Sri Lanka is undergoing a very severe economic crisis. The tax revenues presently contribute less than 10% of the GDP. But in the past, we're talking about maybe 30, 40 years, the tax to GDP ratio was about 21%. So what strategies or adjustments can be implemented to modify the tax framework in Sri Lanka in response to the current crisis? Over to you.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much giving this opportunity to present Sri Lanka context with you and share the experiences. And before go to your question directly, but I just want to just brief why it happened to Sri Lanka. And we had a East attack 2019, and it was affected badly in Sri Lanka, and tourism was reduced, arrival was less in 2019. When it picked up in early 2020, but then COVID was affected globally, and also Sri Lanka affected very much because we are one of the income from the tourism. And due to these 2-year severe COVID challenges, our economy was turned down. And 2022, it was affected badly, this economic crisis. And you might heard, maybe you might seen, Forex issue we had, and no import oil, no import gas, and the crisis was started. People were unrest, public came to the road, and the entire country was affected. With that, this situation we want to come up, and government went to IMF and had a discussion and agreement. Fortunately, now country situation is getting better, and with IMF alignments, we started reforms in Sri Lanka. Tax is one of them, but a lot of reforms we started. And IMF engagement from last year, April, we had a lot of changes into the tax reforms, and started government changing a lot of activities in the tax reform. And we started fiscal consolidation, revenue enhancement, and expenditure rationalization. We have reduced a lot of unexpected expenditure, and drastically we reduced some expenditure. And a lot of development activities also reduced, and only new projects we never started. Last year and this year only we are continuing some of the funding projects because of low income. Tax is one of them. And the last year we introduced new income tax. Previously, 2019, government has relieved some tax. Therefore, we lost around 600 billion to 800 billion rupees per year. That was badly affected, but we started early this year a lot of revenue actions. Therefore, we will get a lot of income to support SDG and other activities, and introduce new reforms, income tax, as well as value-added tax, and telecommunication levy, and betting and gaming levy is approved already by the parliament and already started implementation last year and early this year. the VAT base was 8% previously. It was increased to 15% last year. And lower the VAT registration threshold. Now we cover a lot. And remove some VAT exemption previously. We done it. And also reinstate mandatory income tax. And very recently government introduced broadening the tax base. Above 18 years old person, citizen in Sri Lanka has to open tax file without considering the income or any other means. That is mandatory. From this year will start tax file for everyone. This will support to capture some of the incomes coming years. And we have, you can see the presentation slide, increase our revenue by 69% and also reduce the budget deficit 7.9 up to 7.9 from 9.8 2022. And also corporate tax reforms support us, increase the income from January 24% to 30% in March this year. And also you can look at the income from the personal income tax from 3 billion January to 11.9 billion in March. This will increase gradually. This was 4 times higher than within 3 months' time. And also we have a problem with our digitalization tax system. We started 2016, almost 8 years gone, but system was not function well. We have invested 5 billion rupees, more than that, but still we are unable to run the system. We call Ramesh, Revenue Administration Management Information System. Now we are relaunching it to capture most of the revenue income tax without human interferences. This system, if we implement, we could capture most of the income to the government. And also combating, as Sudarshana just mentioned, tax evasion and corruption in taxation. That is one of the important area to be looked at. Now government has concern and looking at how best we could manage this tax evasion and corruption in Sri Lanka. And also government is in the preparation of introducing property tax, transfer and gift tax, as well as the inherent tax from January 2025. Therefore, our tax base, revenue base will increase from 25, additional support. Now we are working with UNDP very closely. We had an agreement with UNDP in Sri Lanka early this year, 2-year partnership with the UNDP. With that, we are very closely working with UNDP in Sri Lanka. They are supporting us for the tax administration, as well as improving the capacity of the institutions where we required to get additional income. And also tax for SDGs is stepping stone for GSL to enhance domestic resources, mobilization and foster a strong connection between development, finance and revenue generation. That will support alongside with the IMF program. And my last slide, that also continue to work with the tax for SDGs initiative in Sri Lanka and build, as Sudarshana just mentioned, social contracts. That is very important. And also we need to aware the public people how to tax, how to pay tax, and also supporting institutions capacity and also trust in institutions, reducing corruption and all other unused practices, and also improve tax collection and digitalization of tax administration is very important, and also gender sensitization taxation and energy transition, and also environment taxation that also will support through these initiatives. and fair tax system also very much important to contribute Sri Lanka future development in relation to the SDG. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is a really, really interesting, really a broad range of reforms, and which are very difficult to implement in normal times. There's always difficult to implement tax reforms. So perhaps there's a good side to going through a terrible crisis. Now, Sri Lanka is going now. Really, congratulations. This is quite interesting program you're implementing. We are going to try one more time with Mongolia. Hopefully the problem is resolved. Ms. Tsedenbal, can you hear us? I hope the interpreter can be audible. Can we try?
This is interpreter. Can you hear me?
Oh, perfectly. Yes. Please go ahead. Yes. Do you want me to repeat the question? I think you already have the question, so please go ahead.
No need to repeat the question.
I can repeat. Yes.
No need to repeat.
Sorry.
No need.
Please go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to all the organizers. And could you show my slides? Could you start showing my slides? So once the slides are on, I will start. Okay. So Mongolia is a country with the vast resources of mineral. And then we have the mining sector, which is playing the most important role in revenue collection of the country. Next slide. Related to our state budget, the role of mining can be illustrated by those diagrams here. So our revenue in these 4 years, starting from 2019, has been of increase. In 2019, for instance, it was 5.7 trillion tugrik, Mongolian tugrik. Then in 2022, you can see that the revenue increased to 9.3 trillion tugrik. So it was significant increase. Also, as you can see from the slide, the revenue collected from mining has been of increase in nominal sense. The tax collected from mineral has been of increase. In 2022, only from mining, we had 4 trillion tugrik collected. So as you can see, the role of mining is quite high in total tax revenue. Between 44 to 51% of collected taxes are from mining sector only. We have the table of the sources of revenue, where we have all the sectors where the mining is the prevailing one. Also, we have in our country mining companies. Besides the multinational companies, we have Mongolian companies who are involved in the implementation of some major big projects. Next slide. We have been cooperating with IGF since 2015. We became the member of IGF in 2015. Later, in 2017, we joined the OECD G20 Inclusive Framework on BEPS. In 2018, we became member of the Global Forum with the support and initiative of IGF. We got the project on technical assistance project on mine taxation since 2019. In 2020, in our tax authority, we started a reform process. That was the second big tax reform in our country. And then related to the transfer pricing, also related to the information and communication exchange, also for fighting against the tax avoidance, paying taxes. There have been a lot of new concepts elaborated and introduced into Mongolian laws. So under the tax reform, we focused on strengthening our laws legal framework. And then this program has been supported by OECD, IGF, UN, and other organizations. Many expert level institutions were involved in our program and helped us to improve the legal framework. Also, connected to the mining sector tax issues and problems, in 2019, we requested our partners in helping to improve our capacity on identifying and eliminating the problems with mining taxes. For collect all the necessary taxes from the mining, because there was a quite big area of avoiding paying taxes among our mining sector companies. In recent years, Mongolia has been cooperating with many international institutions who can bring to Mongolian reality some new concepts and some new methods and strategies. So for enforcing the new tax law, we do need some capacity building activities. And so international projects were helpful for strengthening our human resource capacity at tax administration. Next slide. Here you can see that together with the TIWB program, we have focused on the following important concepts. One is transfer pricing topic. So we established the transfer pricing division at our General Tax Authority, and that is to be the unit with some advanced capacity on making proper analysis in our country's situation of the transfer pricing risks. We had international consultants involved in our project who played significant role in organizing training and enhancing capacity of Mongolian tax staff, especially in terms of having some exposure to what of the areas of concerns can be connected to transfer pricing methods used by the transnational companies. Our tax inspectors all were able to receive such training, and then we did auditing, transfer pricing auditing. And from the beginning of the process until the end, we were getting some proper assistance by our partner institutions and consultants. Also, we learned about how we could refer to the arbitration and other dispute resolution mechanisms, international mechanisms. Also, our consultants of the project were very helpful in having the better access to the communication exchange platforms and methods. Channels of communication, communication exchange. For transfer pricing auditing, it is very necessary to have such access to the other organizations, other databases information. So we were able also to purchase with the guidance, under the guidance of the experts, we were able to buy the access to international databases. And that was helpful for us to do the proper transfer pricing risk analysis. And so we improved our capacity on doing analysis on the tax and the other accounting documents. So we are now using some improved software. Also, we have some good meetings organized with the international organizations and foreign organizations who can be helpful to us for bringing to us some necessary information. Again, that work was supported by the experts who worked at the project. And so in terms of getting access to such documents and also in terms of exchanging our information, we had a lot of progress under this project. Also, during the auditing process, although the auditing process happened during the COVID lockdown time, there were a lot of good results obtained. In 2020, we started our auditing process on the activities by transnational companies, and we did this work together with our international experts, and that helped us to identify $228 million taxes that were not paid, and we got it compensated, and we reduced the deficit by $1.5 billion. All that money has been paid through the budget. And then during the COVID time, that was very useful because Mongolian economy at that time was not in a good shape. Also, our consultants were helpful in making a lot of good work on capacity building for how the auditing and inspecting can happen to not only to big companies but also to medium and small companies. And so we were able to get back $94.6 thousand taxes through that process. Also, the international best practices, especially connected to the mining taxes, some new concepts have been brought to us, and that was used in doing the auditing on the documents of 3 big transnational companies. So that was helpful for making. That was very helpful for making the process to be organized organized by using international best practices. So we're very grateful to our supporters with our project. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tsenenbal. Very interesting description. This is a very complex area of taxation, international taxation, and I see really interesting that Mongolia is really getting ahead in this area. We have a few follow-up questions. We try to go quickly because I'm aware that the time is finishing. So let me ask again, Mr. Martinho da Costa, about if you can, following up on the previous question, if you could please tell us what broad measures your country has in view to improve the enforcement of these health taxes that you mentioned.
Thank you. So even through this implementation of the tobacco measures, I think this is a very, very specific question on that. Because this is under the tax authority and custom authority portfolio, but to asking this to respond these questions, I enrich a few bullet points here to say that now in terms of the excise tax rate is very low. So it's only representing 90% retail price in 2018, and also trying to, the Ministry of Finance follow the best practices for excise tax, represents 70% for retail price few coming years. So this can be really contribute a significant amount for tax collection, and also in terms of the implementations that facing few challenges in terms of the failure of increase of tax in that price increases, and also tax price decline over time, because as I mentioned that there are also a few problems in terms of the tax structure itself. So the consideration is in order to levy it per kilograms, opposite, the opposite, not the quantity, but in terms of the opposite for the weights. So to calculate the retail price. and also in terms of the means that this can be take advantage from the others, the other suppliers, or the traders can manipulate the price and to make the smoking lighter and also to length for length of the cigarette itself. And in terms of the another way to that implementations and challenges the governments, I mean, to sort of take away or strategize the administration process in terms of avoidance and tax evasions. So to can easily reduce the tax liability for supporting shortage of cigarette itself. And in reality, that's the traders can really manipulate the process in terms of the let's say tax stamps or fiscal marks of the packs on the cigarettes, so that they can I mean untaxed product can evasion. So in terms of free and also sell dirty cigarettes, free dirty cigarettes is not banned in that case. And also as the result of poor tobacco tax policy and possibly poor tax administrations, and also excise revenue is low in 2012. So it's only collect only 15.6 million tobacco taxes. So it's very less than what the expectation. But I think this, as I mentioned earlier, that this can be take momentum and learn from other countries. So can it be doubled collection until 15 to 18 million per year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this reminds that the policy, implementing a policy is complicated. Thinking about a policy, starting announcing it, starting it, it's always not easy, because there's always a lot of issues, to propose a new policy. But the difficult part comes with the implementation, and it's always a work in progress where you have to improve, according to what results do you see, in the implementation. Thank you so much for that. Let me turn again to Mr. Kumarasiri. Following up on your discussion on Sri Lanka's tax framework, I understand that your country is considering building an integrated national financing framework, which will include a crisis-sensitive financing strategy. How can the INFF approach help in fostering a strong fiscal social contract in the country?
Yeah, thank you very much again. Sri Lanka is still not engaged with INFF so far, but we had little discussion with UNDP to start with. But we have done a lot of activities in green and blue financing of the economies. Sri Lanka is an island and also rich in biodiversity and also rich in natural resources. And Sri Lanka has 7 times larger sea around the country. That also will support us a lot of green or blue the financing in future. But so far, government of Sri Lanka has initiated a lot of activities. We had a lot of opportunity with the partner agencies, development partners to start. And we already developed the green taxonomy by the central bank. Of course, all the partners was engaged in the government as well as private sector. And also, Ministry of Finance developed the green bond and the blue bond framework already. in line with the National Adaptation Program and also nationally determined contribution. And also we are very closely working with the UNICEF, UNESCO, UNDP and GGGI very closely for the sustainable financing that already underway. And we have already started committee under the President's Secretariat with the advice of the President, the Green Financing Committee. We are continuously working with the government and private sector as well as other development partners. We have already initiated preparing a para-spatial plan. UNDP also helping us developing this plan that will support for us to get blue bonds very soon in Sri Lanka. And also we had loan discussion with all the development partners individually and also collectively. And we are trying to map up all the agencies who can help us during these initiatives, especially UN partner agencies, as well as World Bank, ADB, and all other development partners, EU and USA. We are closely working with all the partners, and we really required support, expertise, and technical support to develop these initiatives. And we are expecting to support strengthening the forex issue in Sri Lanka. And also we are securing climate financing through blue bond economic initiatives by monetizing the natural capital assets. And also we have already initiated financing debt for nature and climate swaps. That also will support us. And sustainable financing of renewable energy infrastructure, that also will support us. Those initiatives are already underway and started. And we are expecting INFF will support us this financing initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This is interesting because countries are in different, pathways towards INFF. I mean, the model implies starting, with all the plan and then implementing it. But many countries are already implementing components of the INFF, right? So it is always possible to down the road, to bring an INFF to provide additional coherence. But this is a very country-driven initiative. Countries take whatever is useful for them, and the process can be done in many different ways. So let me turn back to Mongolia for a follow-up question. So Mr. Tenenbaum, following up on your discussion, on the you have mentioned, I understand, that there is a role for the tax inspections without borders in identifying potential tax avoidance mechanisms. What challenges do you foresee in collecting lost tax revenue as a result of such mechanism? Over to you.
Okay. Related to the implementation, enforcement of our tax law, we have been organizing some inspection activities that are scheduled. The transfer price related auditing process usually takes a lot of time. At the beginning of the auditing process, we can train quite many people, but it happens that the people would not stay longer with the tax office. They may go to private sector, so it means that the quality of our inspection work can be deteriorated during the course of the time. And so, especially connected to the auditing activities by our tax administration, we need to try to keep the high expertise of our staff. Many of our young people who already received a lot of training may decide to leave this job and to go to private sector or to other government agencies. There are several reasons why people are not stable enough. This is first reason is, of course, the remuneration at the civil service is not good enough, and also everywhere we have the inflation problem, the food and other item price increase. That would mean that many people would prefer to work to choose the work which is better paid. Also, our young inspectors who are educated abroad are attracted by higher salaries promised by private sector companies, international companies. And so because there is a like 5 times the difference in the price of civil servants and the foreign company Mongolian staff. And then our tax inspectors, they are supposed to work in more difficult conditions than other civil servants. But unfortunately, there is no special benefits for tax staff. And that's why this is another reason why people are not retaining for a long time at the tax administration. And then losing those talented people is, of course, a big problem for our tax administration capacity. That's why we would like to continuously working on strengthening the capacity of our people and helping them to retain with the tax administration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you pointed out a really important problem in your particular area. Your staff has a very, very great expertise. This is a very complex problem, transfer pricing. And this stuff have become very valuable to private companies, and they can migrate and get other jobs. So this is another important element of policy implementation when it comes to retaining talented staff that are the people who are going to be implementing policies. Okay, we have a few more minutes for questions. I'm not sure how we are doing with the timing, but please, about 5 minutes. Please raise your hand. I see one here. Chamindri, please. Somebody can give her a microphone over here. Please indicate who you address your question.
Okay, so I'm Chamindri from Sri Lanka. I represent the Sustainable Development Council. It's not really a question, but I would like to compliment what the Sri Lankan colleague mentioned, and also just highlight the fact that we have also, Sri Lanka has also developed budget coding and tagging guidelines, SDG-based budget coding and tagging guidelines, and are looking at how to institutionalize this by integrating into the public financial management system. And in addition, Sri Lanka has also launched the SDG Investor Map and conducted sector deep dive analysis to create the enabling environment to drive private investments towards SDGs, so that all of these different initiatives fit into the different components of an INFF. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see Mr. Ali Kamal.
Hi, this is Ali Kamal from Pakistan, Ministry of Planning. I just have one question or a query. Have you developed, and it's a very good policy that if the taxes are aligned with SDGs, then it's a two-pronged strategy that we have a byproduct, that's revenues, and then we have SDG achievement as well. So do we have a list of indicators or targets on SDGs whom we are taxing, and that will result in the two products? Thank you.
Sure. In fact, when I did a quick prelude in terms of the broad overarching themes, it largely works on a couple of initiatives which UNDP has developed. One is the TIWB initiative, which the Mongolian delegate, in terms of alluded to. The other is the Tax for SDGs initiative. So what we have done in the Tax for SDGs initiative is we have prepared a STF framework, which is Sustainable Development Goal Taxation Framework, and that's our niche tool, so to speak. The STF tool is kind of a self-assessment or an introspection by the tax administration. This is quite akin to the TADAT assessment, which IMF does, but the only difference is TADAT is more tax administration-based assessment. But what the STF tool does is a tax policy kind of an assessment. So that's the differentiating factor between IMF TADAT vis-a-vis to the SDF framework. And yes, we have tried to match out, and we are expecting an official launch of the SDF framework tool. We have also engaged with the cross-sectional communities from gender, climate, taken their inputs as well. So it's not a pure tax product, it's kind of a tax aligned to ensure that the SDG goals. So we are achieving, as you said, twin prong. One is domestic revenue, the other is use tax policy to influence economic behavior through the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudarshan. I think we have one more over here, please. Please identify yourself.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Rania. I'm the economist at UNDP Lao PDR. Thanks for the presentations, particularly the topic of tobacco taxation, which is very relevant to Laos. Laos has the lowest tobacco tax rate in ASEAN region. It's about 18% of the retail price. So this is something we've been working with WHO on at UNDP. And one of the challenges that Laos also has is also the tax exemptions that is being provided to the main tobacco company. So there's a 25-year investment license agreement which has a cap on excise tax rates. So Sudarshan, you mentioned a little bit, you touched on the tax incentives and how to link tax incentives to more responsible investment regimes. Tax exemptions is a core problem for the government of Laos, so could you elaborate a little bit on those types of reforms around tax incentives? Thank you.
Sure, Anya. Yes, tax expenditure is one of the thematic areas we are focusing on. How we go about is, from the scratch in terms of looking at the regulatory framework. Is there a law in place to start with? Then go to the reporting framework, then the budgeting part. So we have an evolution in terms of the, many countries. In fact, we had regional workshop in Manila where we had a representative from Lao PDR expressing or echoing what you had mentioned. So we could see that many of the countries in this region does not even have a proper reporting framework or a budgeting framework. So that's an area where we are targeting, and we have devised certain tools in terms of how to go about in having this evolution.
I think there is another one over there.
Yes, over here. Hello, everyone. Thanks again for this panel. I'm Catherine Jamvala with UNDP in New York, and I work on the Climate Promise. So my question is about carbon taxes and whether they have been considered in the region, in the countries, so the countries that are on the panel, and also question for my colleague at UNDP, whether this is an ask for countries, and if they haven't been considered, could you elaborate on why and what are the arguments for or against? Thank you.
Okay, let me quickly answer that. Yes, Catherine, we have energy transition as well as evaluating carbon taxes, both as part of SDG 13 as well as part of SDG 7. And all the focus countries as part of the Asia Pacific region, this is a priority, and not only for the not only Asia Pacific, across the 25 countries we're working on initiative, energy transition, both 7 and 13 are a priority area, and nobody has denied it. And in terms of enforcing, we have an environmental expert who kind of assess it, and it's been encouraging in terms of countries forthcoming, taking suggestions, and we're doing quite a lot of work on that.
Yeah, I think we have started this carbon credit tax in Sri Lanka, but we have not gone through that far, but because we have started already and we are working on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is very complex, if I may add, the carbon taxes, because, it will increase the cost of energy for low-income people. So it's one of these policies that require a very careful calibration and make sure that, the energy transition is just, not just energy transition. I think we have space for maybe one or two more. Please, go ahead. Mr. Homer.
Yes, first of all, a very good presentation. I'd like to ask the gentleman, the tech specialist from the UNDP. You have, in one of your slides, you had identified a potential of about 3.6% growth on account of tax reforms. Now, my question is that in pure terms, the potential that you're talking about, or this comes after deducting the impact of the political economy. When I talk about political economy, I'm talking about taxing the untaxable, taxing the untaxed, which the untaxable sectors or the sections of society, they represent a lot of potential, but they can't be taxed. So this 3.6% is the pure things that's been worked out, or it has the element of political economy, the impact of political economy has been deducted from this, and then you are at 3.6%. Because this is a very good figure.
It's just a disclaimer, it's not my workings, it was a study from the OECD. I'll share the workings as well.
Yeah, but if you could,
it is a
comments.
pure one, factoring agricultural as well, which is one of the main, especially these regions where it get exempted, not taxed. So it's a pure high-level figure, factoring the untaxed as well. In the sense, not taken the political economy. So therefore, yeah, maybe to that extent, certain benefit or doubt can be given on that. Yeah, the potential.
Okay, we have space for more questions. Okay, so thank you everybody. I think it was a great discussion. Thank you for our panelists and our presenter and our colleague from Mongolia. Apologies for the little technical glitches, but finally I think we managed to connect, and I appreciate very much your participation and your questions as well. Thank you.
Great, thanks to Alberto and to the panelists. We've had a couple of very good sessions, very good substantive discussions this morning. We've heard about more systemic approaches to budgeting, connecting the budget and the spending side of public finance to policy, and about tax audits, a range of tax reforms, how MTRS can help reduce the funding. I think we've also heard a lot of read across from the discussions today on public finance. Yesterday we've heard about taxonomies. In the public sector today, we talked a lot about taxonomies for private finance yesterday, and how can the two be connected. We talked as an enabler for private financing, and we heard about health expenditure and advancing health spending, health outcomes, the role of spending and the role of tax policy too. And this is really the essence of the INFF, aligning policies in each area of financing with sustainable development, but also looking at the integration across policy areas and how you can build a holistic approach that considers private finance, policy for the financial sector, policy on tax and budgets. So I think it's been a great discussion. We're going to have a coffee break now for 15 minutes, and we're going to come back and we're going to think about how this notion of SDG financing and INFFs applies in small island developing states. So please grab a coffee. If you could come back for 12 o'clock, we'll continue the discussion then. Thanks. Great. Well, thank you, colleagues. I hope you've managed to grab a coffee. If you want to take your seats, we'll be starting momentarily. So we've been talking about integrated national financing frameworks and heard a lot a couple of days. We're going to focus in this session to look at INFFs in the small island developing states. And it's my pleasure to welcome the moderator, Natalia Aristasabel Mora, who's an interregional advisor on financing for sustainable development from UNDP. Natalia.
Thank you, team, and welcome back. I hope you had coffee, and I will ask my fellow panelists to join me here in the podium. So Rosina, William, Andrew, and my our colleague from Timor-Leste. I'm sorry, I just momentarily. Carlos, please, if you can join me here. Wherever you feel. Yeah. I will sit. Okay. So again, welcome back. Well, this session is focused in particular, as Tim was saying, on INFFs in small island development states, in seeds. And, well, basically what happens is, well, we all know that seeds are in a particular situation and face particular challenges given the peculiarities around their situation and the unique vulnerabilities. So from a financial and economic perspective, seeds face significant challenges like having a narrow resource-based and undiversified economies, a small private sector, limited capacities, high-cost transport, communications and energy, remoteness from markets and strong dependence on trade, travel and remittances, high sensitivity to international fluctuations and narrow trade partners, lack of access to concessional finance and debt sustainability issues, just to mention a few of those challenges. And of course, those challenges posed significant stress when it comes to financing sustainable development. So because of that, they have been prioritized in the UN agenda and in the agenda of the development partners. And in UNDESA, UNDESA led a work of the interagency task force for producing guidance, a specific guidance on INFFs in seeds. And we are here to talk about that specific guidance that has now been published in the INFF.org website, and to talk about the experiences of 3 seats in the region when it comes to implementing INFFs and when it comes to implementing some of the financing reforms to advance in sustainable development. Finally, I would also like to share with you that we are, the development partners are trying to come up with new ideas and new ways to assist seeds in their endeavor to obtain or to achieve their SDGs and their development priorities. And one of those, is an initiative we launched last year called Financing for Seeds, short FINS, whereby we are proposing to deploy experts on sustainable development in each one of, or in 6 countries, in order to work along the government officials for a long term, to help them to advance INFFs and the policy reforms to close the gaps in terms of sustainable development. So without further ado, I would like to pass the floor to my colleague Resina Catafono. Resina works at UNDESA, at the Financing for Sustainable Development Office. She has led the work on international development cooperation that is included in the Financing for Sustainable Development report that is produced every year on the advancement of the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. So Resina is going to talk about this work on the specific guidance on INFFs in seeds. So Resina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. I have some slides. Can put it on, please? Okay, great. So before I start my presentation, and I know we've been talking about INFF since yesterday, can I just get a show of hands of all those who are very familiar with the building blocks of INFF, the 4? Okay, great. So maybe a third of the room and the other 2/3. So no problem. So it's just to give me context while I'm presenting this, because as Natalia mentioned, our guidance, the INFF, there's global guidance, where we talk about 4 elements, the inception phase and 4 building blocks: assessment and diagnostics, financing strategy, governance and coordination, and monitoring and evaluation. So the deep dives in terms of focusing on INFF implementation in the different sectoral areas such as climate finance, agriculture, or with countries in special situations such as small island developing states and least developed countries, we try and see how we can contextualize the guidance to these specific circumstances. So for implementing INFFs in SIDS, in the inception phase, we recommend 4 things. The first is to understand absorptive capacity and ensure knowledge transfer. So what that means is that because small islands have very limited resources, and of course this can apply to any of the countries that we have here, it's important to understand, how much financing they can absorb, but also how much technical assistance that these limited human resources can absorb. And also while we design the INFFs, it's to ensure that there's knowledge transfer, because for SIDS and for many other countries, you have this fly-in, fly-out consultant, which is a very, perennial issue. So it's important to have this, right up front. The second is to ensure effective development cooperation. And why we focus on this on SIDS is because SIDS being small, even though they're small, they have many development partners on the ground, focusing on many areas, sometimes overlap, and sometimes not with the government's knowledge. So this in the inception phase is to understand both from the country or the officials that are working on INFF and the development partners, is to understand all the players in the space that you're trying to work on INFFs. The third is to be pragmatic, and here we're talking about trying to prioritize the focus areas and contextualize the area that you're trying to work on, whether it be bonds or whether it be more PFM processes, is to try and focus on things and maybe use the phased approach so that it can match the system in your country. Some processes or some financial instruments may be more sophisticated than what you need. So it's important to understand what works for your country. Then lastly is, and this applies to all countries, is to expect a lot of staff changes and many setbacks. And in the SIDS countries, you also have to deal with natural disasters, political crises, lots of things during your timeline that you're trying to implement INFFs will happen. So you need to be prepared. So you need to analyze the risks in preparing the preparation of the INFFs. So just in terms of the building blocks that I mentioned, so in the guidance puts the lens in 3 parts. And the first is to build on existing systems and strategies, 2, prioritize, and 3, to have a phased approach. And building on existing systems, this is one of the core, the bedrock of the INFFs. This is not, INFFs is not to set up a parallel system, it's to work within what the country has. So I'll just go over very quickly on the different building blocks and how we use these 3 elements in terms of implementing INFFs in SIDS. Next slide, please. So in terms of assessment and diagnostic, this is one of the building blocks. If we think of using existing systems and strategies, what this means is that problem analysis for many small island developing states and for many countries, officials know what the problem is. They've done a lot of analysis, a lot of agencies have helped them. So it's to make use of that existing analysis, both internally and done by your partners, but also to try and see what the gaps are and see where you can build on. And then in terms of prioritization, it's also to ask the question, whether the costing exercises, whether more analysis is needed to really see what the value add of all this assessment and diagnostics, whether it is needed for your ultimate objective. And for SIDS, one of the particular constraints is the lack of data and statistics. And I mean, this morning we heard of the IMF tool, SDG Fit, and I just scanned quickly, and none of our countries up here feature in the tool. And one of the reasons is because of the lack of data and statistics that are needed at that granular level for such sophisticated tools. So it's important to always, ask that question. Not to say that we don't have to have that ambition. You can have that ambition, but to possibly try and achieve it through a phased approach, to try and tackle what you can, in a sort of piecemeal, structured way. Next slide, please. So in terms of the financing strategy, again, we're looking at the lens, what are the existing processes? So this morning and yesterday, we heard of many of the country examples of their, ongoing plans, their budget processes. They have many system strategies, sectoral plans. They're all in place. The INFF works at building on those existing plans and strategies. It's not about constructing something parallel. And so the center point of building on existing systems is the PFM process, because within that system, within the governments, you have their budget planning right through coordination, right through M&E. So it's to build on those existing systems, again, looking at prioritization, thinking about macro coherence checks. And what this means in a financing strategies is, yesterday we looked at all the different innovative bond instruments, blue, green, orange. The question also needs to be asked is that it's not the pursuit of just the innovation, but how this links to your debt sustainability analysis, how this links to your broader macroeconomic objectives, how that links to your social objectives, environmental issues, to consider that all cohesively, and the INFF helps you to do that. Next slide, please. So the next is on governance and coordination, and here again one of the critical factors now we're moving more in terms of how you implement that financing strategy. And this particular one is important, is on the existing institutions, how they coordinate within government, among ministries, with your development partners, with your civil society and other actors, with the private sector. And looking at, what are the binding constraints, what are the processes that need to be strengthened so that, sometimes policy obstacles are just generally due to personality issues that, ministries are not talking together. We heard about trying to get line ministries to adopt what a central ministry is trying to do. So the INFF tries to help in this area in terms of advising officials on how they can do this. And for us SIDS, again, to prioritize what could work best and look at a phased approach. Then lastly, on the last building block, next slide please, we have on monitoring and review. So again, building on existing systems means that for all governments, you have an M&E system at the sector, at the division level, at the national level, is to ensure to use this existing process when you think of your INFF. Some countries have more sophisticated processes than others. Doesn't mean that, for SIDS you need to do that, is to again work on a phased approach. I mean, we heard about Philippines example this morning, which seems, quite advanced, where some smaller island developing states may not have that granular detail or even detail to have sort of climate tagging for their budgets. So we can work on a phased approach to tackle what is needed immediately and then sort of expand as you move out. And I just want to make one point on these building blocks is that the INF, the idea behind it is it doesn't have to be sequential. It's flexible and you can work on which makes sense for you the most. So if the governance and coordination is the issue, for that particular focus of financing area that you're looking at, you should go ahead and tackle that first. Then lastly, next slide please, is my last slide, is we have a tip. Next slide please. So the tip is a tip for practitioners. So basically at an individual level, what the INFF means. So this tip is if you ask yourself, T, what is the task that you're looking at? How does that relate to that PFM process? And what part of the building block are you looking at? Are you talking about assessment? Are you talking about financing strategy, governance, M&E? So that's the T of the tip. The I is to first identify your existing processes, try and think about integration. If you're looking at an economic issue, how does that affect the social? How does that affect the environmental implication? What are the political security issues at play? And then you have a what if. The what if is a risk building scenario in terms of thinking of the task that you have in front of you. Then the P is to think about your partners. Partners, who needs to be, or who is working in this area already, who needs to be involved, and processes. What's the existing processes, what needs to be developed, what needs to be created anew, and then lastly is on prioritization. So this is just a simple tip, again, at a very individual, practical level that you can think of the INFF, and I'll end my presentation there. Thanks, Natalia.
Thank you, Rosina, and thank you for walking us through, this additional guidance that intends to, focus on seats, taking into account their particularities, and try to provide with useful tips, useful advice on how to advance in a process that is in itself complex, long, and can be burdensome. So I will go to my first panelist, and we changed a little bit the order of their interventions. So I will go first to Mr. William Pamata from Samoa. William is Senior Research Officer at the Ministry of Finance in Samoa, and providing technical advice to his government on how to advance in the development priorities and the development agenda of the country. And so William is going to talk us about the INFF process in Samoa. Samoa, has undergone two processes of assessment. So the country has two development finance assessments already issued. And so William is going to talk us about what the country is currently doing in terms of INFFs. But I would also ask William to talk a little bit about partner coordination in the country. Samoa is famous for trying to have the development agencies and the IFIs that work in the country coordinated and to have them coordinating the processes with the government very closely. So, William, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Natalia. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you for this great opportunity. Be here to share some of the experience from our country. And I have a slide, quick presentation just to highlight some of the aspects that what Natalia has mentioned. First of all, next please. The outline of our presentation, I will talk about the national planning framework and also the alignment of the SDGs to PDS as in relation to what the coordination between the government and SDG financing mechanisms. And also I talk about a little bit on the financing strategy as mentioned by Vecina earlier, and the issue and challenges that were faced by our country in the last past 2 to 5 years. Next. Okay, as you can see, this slide, the outlining of our national planning framework. As you may be aware that we have the national plans. It's called the Pathway for the Development of Samoa. And these plans are outlining 5 KSO, key strategic outcomes, with 21 key priority areas. As I mentioned this one because this is reflected how the sector-wide approach, which brings all the stakeholders and the budget process, including government and development partners. And also the budget directly linked to all the ministries' corporate plans structured with the performance based on their framework, the MTF, medium-term expenditure framework, and also link it to sector plans and outlining the priorities set in the national plan. Yes, no, go back please. Yes, the far left SDGs and also the Samoa 2040 over the 20 years. So we also strengthen this relationship of the targets and objectives that we set in the national plan in order to achieve by this long-term plan, the Samoa 2040, and also the linkage, the SDG to our PDS, just to ensure the SDG implementation is contextualized and is part of the overall national planning, budgeting and accountability process. Yes, I'm talking about a little bit coordination between the government and development partners. As you may be aware that we have a committee, the high-level committee that is called the Cabinet Development Committee. So that committee plays a role of how to assess and review all the developments. I'm talking about investment on behalf of our government. So this committee review, assess all the development projects, and then when it comes to the approval of our annual budget every year, and then we formalize our PSIP, our public sector investment program. So that's plan incorporated all the projects, or the ongoing and pipeline projects that fit to the annual budget where the financing options came in. So when, for example, when the developments approved by this committee, the new projects came in. So the government step in if the project's below 100 threshold. And if it's above the 100 threshold, then we seek the donor funding or the development partners. So in linkage to SDG financing, we had financed some of our sector plan in the past 2 to 3 weeks under the SDG financing. So we work collaboratively with our SDG counterparts in Samoa and also our development partners with our roundtable with donor partners mainly occur and happen in every year, the beginning of February to March before our annual budget table in the Parliament. In terms of the financing strategy, I would like to highlight some of the main points that are linked to our SDG financing. So here we have a national planning framework. Also, we have policies within each sectors, respective sectors. So for implementing of these policies by sector planning. So we all have, in terms of resourcing, lack of resourcing, so that's also the government needs to strengthen the work with each development partners through the Ministry of Finance and the Aid Coordination Committee. That's the roundtable donor discuss how financing which developments. In terms of INFF, as Regina mentioned earlier, yeah, I think this is one of the main important framework that will lead to our government or our country just to foresee whether this is the kind or the tools that we try to implement and integrate it into not only our national planning development priorities, but we foresee like in future like it is works, because like we have a fiscal strategy. That's all the components of economy that we review and publish every financial year. So tax reform, debt to GDP, all the economic components. So it links to this guiding or the tools. So hopefully we will mandate and we'll see these tools will help, very helpful and work to all our aspects towards the end of our national development plans. That's from our end. Thank you.
Thank you, William, for for your presentation, and I think it's it touched upon a lot of important issues. We want to stress when we talk about INFFs. One is this link between your development plan and your development system, really, and the financing policies. And the other one that is very, very important, especially when we are talking about seats, is this coordination within the country and the coordination among development partners, because one of the or with development partners and development agencies. One of the things that usually happen, especially when, well, or right now, when seats have been prioritized by, well, all development agencies, is that we overwhelm the government when we come with new proposals, new ideas, etc. And instead of helping out, we are increasing the problem. So Samoa's experience is a really interesting one, and it feels like you are in charge of the agenda and you are really in the driving seat. So that is a very important experience to share with other seats and other countries and with the development agencies, actually. Well, with that, I would now pass the floor to Andrew Koroi, who's the National Development and who works in the National Development and Statistics Department in the Strategic Planning of the Ministry of Finance in Fiji. And Andrew is going to talk us about one specific finance policy measure you have been working on, which is the blue bonds. As we mentioned at the very beginning, seats face a lot of challenges due to their particular situation. One of them is the small land mass, but seats probably are in an advantage when it comes to the sea resources, and so that's why blue bonds have come to play an important role when it comes to financing policy measures. So Andrew, who's also coordinating the work for Fiji on the upcoming voluntary national review that is going to be presented in 2023, is going to talk us about the blue bonds and your experience with or issuing a framework for issuing blue bonds. So Andrew, please.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Also, thank you for me as a panelist again for today. In response to the question, I also have a slide. I can just step the slide up. Fiji's inclusive economic zone is 75 larger than its landmass, and it is the 26th largest sovereign ocean space in the world. It is home to 3.5% of the global coral reefs and over 65,000 hectares of mangroves. With 75% of the population that living within 5 kilometers from the coast, and over 90% of the population that are near major waterways. So the Fijians have strong linkage to the ocean. Therefore, Fiji is now accelerating its blue economy ambitions to sustainably leverage its ocean-based resources. Can I have the next slide, please? From the regulatory standpoint, Fiji has over 48 legislations that guides over the Fiji's exclusive economic zone. Sometimes these legislations can be confusing, also overlapping, and generally too cumbersome to understand. To negate this issue, we have developed the Fiji National Ocean Policy, which sets the development agenda for Fiji. However, one of the things to help with policies is, however, the issue of having this policy is securing the finances. And also actually mobilizing such policies. So that's those are one of the issues that we have come up with these national ocean policies. In this regard, Fiji is embarked on developing its blue bond to help operationalize its national ocean policy and unlock the development potential of its blue economy. The steps that has been involved in developing this bond after COP26 going in the year 2022 with a blank slate and need to clearly map out a step-by-step process to structure Fiji's first ever sovereign blue bond issuance. We began to identify several eligible projects that could be financed by the blue bond and commenced detailed elimination process that was guided by a robust criteria such as the urgency of the project, the financial outlay needed, and also the time needed to complete this project. So with the support of UNDP and also other multilateral partners such as the World Bank and Asian Development Bank, the Fiji government commenced detailed techno-economical feasibility studies for the shortlisted projects that range from the nature-based coastal protection solutions to the introduction of hybrid electric vessels to decarbonize Fiji's maritime transport sector. The Fiji Blue Bond issuance is expected to be divided into two tranches. Tranche 1 is the year 2023 to 2024, and tranche 2 in 2024 to 2025 financial year. We hope to have tranche 1 officially announced in the Fiji's upcoming national budget, which is the end of this month, and to float the bond in the market in the month of September. Can I step the next slide? Yes. So as you can see on the screen, we have the tranche 1, which has two key projects. One is the nature-based solution for coastal protection for at least 15 low-lying vulnerable coastal communities, and the scaling up of Fiji's aquaculture sector by focusing on the state-of-the-art national breeding programs and also the program for 3 species that include beach dimmer, black tiger and fish, water prawns, and orange spotted grouper fish. Can I have the next slide, please, for tranche 2? Okay, so on the screen you have tranche 2. This will be the large projects. Will consist of introducing the hybrid electric ships, scale public-private partnership in aquaculture, extending to other species, also establishing a dedicated lending facility for blue projects with banks in Fiji, and developing Fiji's second only landfill that will cover the western part of Fiji, as I've explained in yesterday's presentation. In terms of the sustainable bond framework, for the past 18 months, we have done a lot, and a lot of work has been done with our partners to develop the blue bond. And as you can see on the slide, the process that I've explained is from 2 to 5. But for the process 1, instead of Fiji developing a framework specific to blue bond, we have developed an all-encompassing sustainable bond framework that allows the Fiji government to clearly define its capital market operations and leverage new and additional funding for its sustainable development. Just some of the challenges that has been faced along the way, apart from the comprehensive efforts to actually identify and develop suitable eligible projects to be funded by the thematic bond issuance such as blue bond. We've identified 4 challenges that I want to highlight today. One is creating a business case. 2, reducing cost of accessing finance. 3 is overcoming market unfamiliarity. And lastly, establishing the robust monitoring and evaluation capacity. So overall, Fiji has been doing a lot, and we are helping ourselves, but we also need everyone's help to build on the momentum that Fiji has done for the last few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, for that very interesting presentation and to walk us through how and the priorities you set when you started to think about the issuance of the blue bond, taking into account your particular also circumstances and also to walk us through the process you are in order to structure and issuing the bond, which again is one example of a policy measure in order to advance in achieving some of the development priorities you set for your country. And now I will turn to Mr. Carlos Lopez Jimenez. Mr. Lopez Jimenez is the General Director of Industry at the Ministry of Commerce and Industry of Timor-Leste. Currently, he's in charge of the policies related to or for promoting industry in the country and for promoting diversification in the country, but he's also an expert on fisheries and environment, as far as I understand. Carlos, we would like you to walk us through another set of policy measures related or for achieving sustainable development, which are industrial policies. Now we are again talking about industrial policies and how, what are the policies Timor-Leste is advancing in that particular area. So over to you, Carlos.
Thank you very much, Natalia, for moderating this section. It's indeed a great pleasure for me for this international gathering. As my friends already before me already mentioned some part of Timor-Leste development in tax aspects. Apology for my presentation. It is merely a country case of how Timor-Leste can develop or let's say can diversify its economy. You might have known that Timor-Leste is a tiny half island, small island country bordered with eastern part of Indonesia, Nusa Tenggara Timur, what they call in Indonesia. Now becoming independent since 2002, and it has a lot of problem since its independence, with a lack of human resource, lack of institutional capability to actually afford, all of these are challenges that actually Timor-Leste faces before. And then my presentation will be actually focused on how Timor-Leste can diversify its economy since the start of pandemic. We actually focus on this program. It was done before COVID. I mean, during COVID and post-COVID. With, if you might, you can show the slide of economic recovery. This is a simple showing that is the point that I'll be talking on. Next, please, the other slide with the picture, this one. Well, we have got, since 2021, the pandemic affect our country, the economic, job losses, and then others, so really affect the Timor-Leste economy. So we start with economic recovery plan with short measures, which was well done, with providing food basket containing local products. Those products that are not produced in Timor-Leste are imports. We can use it for distributed to citizens. All citizens of Timor-Leste is about 1.3 million have to receive all these food items, food basket. For the ordinary citizen to a president, they all have the right to receive the food basket containing local products. And also we had a subsidy to local informal workers, and also a subsidy for companies to not firing the workers during pandemic. Because it will affect pretty much on the daily life. There will be no food. Basically, it's very hard for normal citizens that have no ability to afford food for daily life. And for this measure continue until now. We have the second. The first phase was with the state budget. We spent about 71 million for purchasing local products, I have said before. And the second phase was 80 million. It's ongoing until now, until the last one was concluded on 15th of June. And this is short measures. And the medium and long measures, we came up with a program like MSMS, Business Incubation, Business Innovation Challenge, People Shop, we call in Portuguese, is Loja do Povo. I'm very good in Portuguese anyway. And then all of this with the medium and long-term measures. Well, I'm going to talk about the MSMEs. As many developing countries, I guess MSMEs is somehow it's very good to start developing a country economy. If you agree with me. And then we started with MSMEs. In 2020, with the close cooperation with UNDP, we did this program which we call social business soft loan. And also we work with the Commercial Bank of Timor-Leste, BNCTL. Also with the Institute of Business Support these are the institutions that are, in collaboration with UNDP, we start with this program. We establish guarantee, loan guarantee, collateral, with just 3% annual per annum. And with how can you say? So we give 3% annual. At the time, you also consult with other commercial bank, even a bank from Indonesia, bank from Australia, New Zealand bank, and also Portuguese bank. We consult with if they have the chance to also carry out this this program. I mean, can also offer. But they just told us that, okay, we are going to talk with our headquarters to see how can you accept this. And it seems like very hard for the bank to accept this interest rate of 3% per annum. And because the commercial bank is the state bank, so we actually accept this 3%. And now we have got like a deposit for bank guarantee. Before was 1.3 million. We deposit for, especially for micro, small, medium enterprises, to can borrow the amount of 1,000 to 25,000. With the decree law being promulgated by the President of the Republic at the time. And then the big companies start talking. How come this soft loan is just for, that's 25,000 is nothing for us, like big companies like ours. Can we have more than this? And then just in 3 months, the government amended this decree law. The decree law is number 8, 2022, and it's amended with decree law 33, 2022, to put in more funds to 50 million. And now it is in the bank, being deposited at the bank. And now about 47 companies having access to these funds. You still have a lot of funds, waiting at the bank. And those who were actually criticizing, because the criteria it seems like too hard for some companies, because they say that the criteria is too complicated, blah, blah, and this. Anyway, because of this time constraint, I will probably go further. And this is the soft loan. We have got also business incubation center. Now we establish a center for incubation for business startup and existing, for capacity building, business capacity building, for youth that had innovation, potentiality, and also have ideas to how to develop their business. And we have got also the business innovation challenge, which is very good for youth entrepreneurs, that across the country we identify groups and or individuals who has the idea to do business, and we select them. and we allow them to compete, and then we identify the best, and then we select them to compete, and the best will be awarded with the package of equipment. In this case, we just give them equipment, not funds, not money, but just equipment, so that they can expand their business. And then if we find them that they are not complying with the requirement from the ministry, we will take back the equipment and give it to the other groups. And we have got also the industrial park establishment. Now we finalize also the viability study. So for attracting foreign direct investment and also job creation and also national investment. This is we allocate 23 million for the construction and 1.5 million for land indemnification. So those affected, people that are in the area of the proposed industrial park will be indemnified, and then give them. This we have got also the decree law for that. And the last internal regional and regional integration that we know in the states of ASEAN, we had conducted a virtual fact-finding meeting and for economic pillar and social cultural. So these two pillars. And then we had an in-person fact-finding meeting, and then realized in the third trimester. And also, I can stop in this? No problem.
Yes, Carlos, please. I'm sorry. We have to wrap up because we are behind. And
sorry.
Yeah,
sorry, no.
And we will have the opportunity or you will have the opportunity to share more of your experiences in the marketplace. But thank you very much for sharing for sharing that and explaining the set of policies Timor-Leste has adopted on industrial or to diversify its industry. So with that, I think we have time for one question, I don't know, or probably a couple of questions. Yeah, I don't know if there are any, or over there, please. Thank you. Here you are.
Thank you very much. Luisa, UNDP Samoa. I just wanted to recognize Madam Moderator as well as our panelist for such an informative presentation. I also want to recognize young William here. He's probably the youngest in the room and is also a senior policy research officer that's driving policy reform changes in Samoa and the public finance sector. So Malo William. I just want to make 3 key points here, Natalia, and I think it's very important. I want to reiterate Racina's key points about building on existing systems. How do we take forward the INFF? It's important, and for Samoa's case here, having the Samoa pathway is definitely the entry point for taking this forward. It's integrating it into the government budget system and policy reforms that are currently, also very recently taking place, as William had also explained. We spoke about development partner coordination. That's very important because definitely Samoa, being very small, is also struggling with trying to bring our partners together. William had highlighted some of the existing mechanisms that brings everyone together. Even high-level engagement, where we have the Cabinet Development Committee. We also have the Aid Coordination Committee, where UNDP, fortunately, also sits in those committees. I want to also, the third point I wanted to make here is where to from here, just some of the thoughts here, and given that Samoa has done 2 assessments, one in 2018 and then very recently 2022, supported by UNDP with government, with our other partners. I think there's 3 way forward here that's suggested in this assessment, and that's looking at blended financing. That's also looking at the disaster risk insurance. And then the other one is the investor map. So these are, and I think for Samoa, it's taking the phased approach. And I want to reiterate what Tim, I think it was Tim that had mentioned, or Chris, the challenge that he put out this morning. What is the change? We have all these nice INFF, we have these policy reforms, but you know, for Samoa, we have to be quite realistic and also be able to implement within our absorptive capacity and be able to answer that multi-million-dollar question. What change has come about as a result of all of this that's gender transformative, that does no harm, and most of all, we articulate the principle of leave no one behind with the SDG financing mechanisms that is currently being talked about in the different conversations around the room. Thank you so much.
No, thank you for those comments and that intervention. I think you have well contributed to summarize very well what we intend to convey when talking about INFFs in seats. So there is another comment question over there.
Thank you. Frederick from UNDP Timor-Leste. I just wanted to ask to William, I mean, your national planning framework is a very good example for us. So Timor-Leste is now have an integrated national financing framework for the development. We have a policy summary to the government, but we have facing so many challenges to incorporating our PFM secretariat under the PFM process, the INFF secretariat to the PFM process. So can you briefly giving us example or some ingredients so that can helping us to establish those things in the government system? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. First of all, as mentioned by one of our colleagues from Samoa, UNDP Samoa, that's yes, we had our legal framework like the PFM. Also, we incorporated everything in our national planning framework. That's mandated by our PFM Act. So yes, for integrating the financial framework into our national planning framework. So yet not in place the INFF into our national planning framework, but which it's something we need to foresee for our driving national priorities counterparts with some of our expertise in development plans. Can Rhonda, can you please add more for the PFM, please?
Hi, so this is Rhonda from Ministry of Finance in Samoa, and I work in the area of our PFM reforms. With this question is, so for Samoa is we already have our PFM Act, and that's where our PFM system is, but the INFF will feed into the existing systems that we already have, incorporating into our national planning framework. But we also have our sector plans. We also have our sector planning manuals that feed into the ministry level. So it's kind of like a tier where you can incorporate into the sector or on the ministry, and then at the national planning framework level. Hopefully this answers the question, but for us it's not only the INFF, we also have other assessments that we already conducted. For example, there's the PIFA CC, incorporating the gender, but just having the base there for the PFM, so it's just seeing where the gaps are at and then trying and incorporate into the existing systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I don't know if there are some other questions or comments. Here.
Well, my name is Sarvash. I'm from the Maldives. My question is for Fiji and to DESA. So one thing is, we saw that from your blue bond issuance on the second tranche, there are many IFIs involved, ADB, World Bank. Yesterday, Indonesian delegation, they mentioned that the greeniums didn't really help. There is no pricing advantage there. I'm wondering if there is a pricing advantage when IFIs are involved, and whether the interest or coupon rate is lower for the second tranche, or whether there is that trend going forward. And for DESA, my question is, how can IFIs bring down that interest or coupon rate? How can you contribute to that? I think this is important because in times of limited fiscal space, especially for SIDS, having high coupon rates for blue, green, or any other colored bond is not necessarily helping, because it just adds more cost for compliance. A conventional bond would as well give the same rate. If you can get the subscription, you may as well go with the conventional bond. There is nothing, no additional advantage going for green or blue bond. But we would like to tap into that market space, but at the same time, get some kind of an advantage in terms of pricing as well. So how can IFIs help in that respect? So 2 questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. If you don't mind, I want to hand over the mic to our other team member from Fiji, Vinil, who's also at the back, to answer your question. Thank you.
Thanks, and thank you for that question. Very interesting one, and something that we were grappling with in Fiji as well, was to be able to really differentiate and really help the Fijian government understand what's the difference between a thematic bond issuance like blue, green, orange, etc., versus a normal vanilla bond issuance. And so the idea, the intention was to be able to firstly understand where will the bonds be issued. If the bonds are going to be issued internationally, then working with IFIs to come up with some sort of a credit rep, a credit guarantee support, which in particular the Asian Development Bank does provide, generally tends to help with the coupon rates as per se. But Fiji is in a peculiar situation. Our domestic liquidity is at an all-time high due to various reasons, standing at around 2.3 billion Fijian dollars. That's about half of that is US dollars. And the idea is to be able to tap into the domestic financial market. And so what we're now grappling with is the fact that those credit reps that are being offered by the IFIs really will not make much of a difference when it comes to domestic bond issuances. So just over tea this morning, we were thinking about how we would be able to use some of the tools that are being offered by the hub here, the finance hub here, in terms of bringing out the impact advantages and the impact potential of issuing a thematic bond as compared to a normal bond, and to be able to see if that attracts a certain level of investors who would look at taking on lower interest rates in exchange for higher impact. And so the idea is to be able to find investors that would be looking at niche investments, particularly per se, rather than large-scale returns. I would be happy to discuss this even more if you want to. Thanks.
Thank you. So I think Vinil answered a lot of the questions you had also for me in terms of what the role of IFI. But I think one critical point that he also touched on is the need to compare the different instruments that you're looking at, because there are always transaction costs in getting into these things, and whether overall that will make sense to go one way versus the other. So I think it's important to compare the different options that countries have. And IFIs can help with that in terms of that technical knowledge to provide in terms of the technical assistance for that. So, and with that, I'll pass over back to you, Natalia.
Thank you. And well, with that, I think we come to a conclusion. I would like to thank the panelists for sharing their experiences. And as you could see, the seats face particular challenges, and as Rosina was mentioning in her last intervention, countries need to be aware of what is their situation and what is available for them. There is no one solution that fits all, and in this case, that is particularly true. So with that, I would like to again thank the panelists and invite you to give them a big applause. And I think I'll pass to Tim.
Perfect. Thank you, Natalia, and thank you to the panelists. That was a really interesting session and some fantastic exchange between countries in the room. We want that to continue, and we've got the marketplace after lunch where you'll have a chance to showcase your experiences and insights and learn from and ask questions from one another. We're going to take an hour for lunch now, so go upstairs to the 7th floor. Again, as yesterday, there's a coupon just outside that you can take. And come back, please, at 2:20 If you need to do some last-minute prep for your marketplace stall, please do that. And come back at 2:20, and we'll move into the marketplace. If you come back here, we'll then spend 5 minutes before we move into the marketplace next door. See you at 2:20 here. Thanks.
This is what our forefathers fought for. My ability to take a photo.
We know you should. And me photo.
Great. Well, good afternoon, colleagues. Is that on? Can you hear me? Good afternoon, colleagues. Thanks for coming back after lunch. We've got an exciting session ahead of us now. We're going to start the marketplace. So how it will work is the room next door, so if you go out and turn to your left, the room immediately to your left, there's a room with a stand for every country that's represented here. And we'd encourage you to go around and ask those questions that I know you have from the sessions and from some of the innovations and insights that you've heard over the last couple of days. Ask the questions, gather insights, share your own experiences. What we do encourage you to do is really take this opportunity to learn from one another. And I think that's really the theme over these couple of days, to facilitate exchange between countries. What we're going to also ask of you is, at the end of the marketplace, we want to continue facilitating this exchange beyond just these couple of days. And we want to know what you want to learn more about. So we've got a short survey at the end of the marketplace, just to ask, what have you seen a little snippet of that you'd like to learn a lot more about? So with that, please go ahead and go next door, start the marketplace. If you could be back for 4 o'clock, we'll continue with the final session after then. So thanks. Back at 4 o'clock. Please enjoy the marketplace. Thanks. All right, well, thank you, colleagues. I think we've had a really good marketplace session. There was a good vibe, a lot of buzz, a lot of discussions going on. We're going to come now to our closing session for these first couple of days of the exchange. So great, thank you, colleagues. I think that was a really exciting session. I learned a lot. I learned a lot about how Papua New Guinea is launching its new development plan, about how China is organising its green financing framework, about how Malaysia has set up its financing dialogues. A lot of great conversations. In fact, let's do a quick show of hands. Hands up who learned something interesting that they're going to take back to their day-to-day work with them. Okay, that's good. That's good. So what we're going to do, that's really the aim of these couple of days. We know the circumstances are challenging. We know that ambitions to achieve the SDGs are high. It's a daunting task. But we also know this is a really dynamic region where there is a lot of innovation going on and there's a lot of potential to learn from one another and to drive forward change, take change to scale that can help mobilize and align and change systems, change the financing architecture to mobilize capital behind the SDGs. So we want to use this exchange, not just stop here, but use it to facilitate dialogue moving forwards. So we want to do a quick survey now of, we're going to ask you what you've learnt, what you've heard a bit about over these couple of days or over the marketplace session just now that you'd like to hear some more about. And we're going to use that to help us facilitate continued dialogue moving forwards. So we've got a survey. If you could, what I'm going to ask you to do is scan that QR code. You should be able to do it from your phones. I've done it from the back. And maybe if we could get I'll give you a minute to scan it. I'm just going to run you through what you need to do. If we could get the actual survey on screen. I'm sure it's just loading. If we could get the survey on screen. Just bear with us a minute. I can see many people are already starting to answer the questions. What we want you to do is tell us something that you've heard from another country. So choose a country that you've heard something really interesting from and tell us which area of financing you'd like to, that topic covers, where you'd like to learn something more. Pick 2 or 3 countries, 2 or 3 really interesting things that you've heard. And then, as I said, we're going to use that to inform how we facilitate, how we share information and how we continue to facilitate dialogue among this rich and diverse community moving forward. So, hopefully you're seeing something like this on your phone right now. So if you scroll down, if you choose a country, choose where you're from, choose which country you want to learn from, and then choose which topic or topics you'd like to learn about. So I'll give you 5 minutes now just to fill that in, and then we'll move to the final closing session. Thanks, colleagues. Great. Well, thank you, colleagues. We'll move now into the final session. So I'll ask Tom Bilo, who's our Chief of Programme with the UNDP Sustainable Finance Hub, to take us through the closing. Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tim. And great that we're now coming to a close. It was been an intense 2 days. What we're going to do in this last session is really home in on some takeaways, but we're going to do it super fast because we want to build momentum as we leave the conference and build momentum towards what we're going to do when we go back home. And just bear in mind, I think I said at the start that, you know, we really wanted this to be a technical exchange, of course, but also an opportunity to build partnerships and even networks across the countries in the region on the agenda. So we're first going to have a speed panel. We're going to call it a speed panel. You'll see the chairs have gone. Nobody's allowed to sit. We are of the view that if you stand, you speak faster and more succinctly. So let's see if it works. We're going to start with a set of country speakers and then move to a set of international organizations. And in between, we're going to squeeze in some quick buzz groups. So it's all happening fast. It's going to be very exciting, and it's going to really send us off home or into day 3 for many of us with some energy and enthusiasm. So I'm going to invite and apologize as I invite for being robust in my moderation of the speed panel. I'm going to invite Mr. Setio Bundiantaro to join me. Let's go up here. It'll be more fun. As well as Dr. Farhani Pisami from Laos, Mr. Mohammed Umair Karim, Pakistan, Mr. Nurban Fahmi from Maldives, Mr. Nurwan No from Malaysia, Ministry of Finance, Nicole Master, Papua New Guinea. Don't see the acceleration yet working. This acceleration is slowly building up, isn't it, as we come to stage. And Mr. Mahesh Batara. Thank you so much for joining me. We're going to crack on immediately. And I'm going to ask Mr. Setio to just share some reflections in 90 seconds. 90 seconds. I'm going to count them out in my mind. In 90 seconds, just some insights, some lessons you've learned, and what you'll be taking away. It's the same question for everyone, so I'm not going to repeat it again. We all know it, really, don't we? Insights and lessons and takeaways. Can be technical, can be partnerships, can be networks, anything you want. Over to you, Mr. Setio.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think I'm learning very much from many presentations. I learned so many insights, and also what I really like, even also quite not so much time in here. So because during the meeting of the market, so I can ask deeper, and also especially to China, that I would like to learn because China already has SDGs sustainable taxonomy that I would like to have it in Indonesia. So that is we would like to learn. And then the second one, yes. This is we should confess the bitter truth. To be honest, related to, I don't want actually to become, we have old wine in the new bottle. Especially related to budgeting, to have the tagging, to have the alignment. So sometimes we just tagging and relates that to SDGs. So I think we much more rather than that. So from the beginning, so we have to be much more have the planning related to that will be give greater impact inclusively in SDGs. I mean in social and environment, and also in economic. That is in one breath. That is very important.
Very good. Oh, great. So really about making change happen.
Yeah, it's
there.
about paradigm. It's about paradigm, not only
Okay.
just technical things.
Yes. All right, now we're going to go to Nepal, if that's okay. And same to you, sir. 90 seconds.
Thank you very much. And it's a great opportunity for us to participate in this wonderful event, actually. From this event, what we learned is that actually the background information provided in the event has clearly mentioned that almost all countries in the Asia Pacific, we all are behind our SDG target. Yeah. And there may be multiple reasons in multiple countries, but the main reason is, our main cause is the financing gap. We are having financing gap, especially due to the COVID pandemic. Also, the gap has been widened, and to fulfill the gap, I think the private financing or blended financing is a good way out that we learned. And at the same time, I'm very much happy to learn from our neighboring countries, especially Philippines, Indonesia, Bhutan, and others, about SDG bond, blended financing. And of course, this financing framework itself is very new for us. My colleague from the Ministry of Finance yesterday mentioned that we are in a very early stage of drafting this framework. And I would like to assure you all that within the next couple of months, we'll finalize that framework, and this event will be very useful during that drafting, and I'm sure it will help us to achieve the SDG goal within 2030. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you for that optimistic but enthusiastic takeaway. Over to Pakistan, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try to be very quick and try to sum up with a 90-second start, read and sum up within 90 seconds. One of the main takeaways of this forum has been, of course, the focus on emphasizing the need to mainstream the SDGs, including the climate change, into your national development plans and your development agenda. That is very critical. And of course, the need to monitor and evaluate. There's been a lot of discussion on that, and of course when we go back we will need to not only streamline those into our national development plans, but also ensure that the impact on the achievement of the actual SDGs is measured. We also talked about, there have been frequent references to the gap, to the financing gap, what the existing expenditure is and what is the required expenditure, hence the financing gap. What is also important at the same time, as I pointed out earlier, is the need to ensure effective utilization of the resources that you have available with you. And for that, you need to improve your delivery mechanism, the governance mechanism, and for that, long-term concerted reforms are required, which can be delivered through a partnership between the government and the multilateral aid agencies. There will be a lot of patience required, but those have to be done. And while those are done, issues of political economy would need to be overcome. Then we also talked about the need to leverage different kind of instrument, green instruments, social instruments, and then sustainability-linked bonds. We also talked about the need to ensure public-private partnership in ensuring mobilization of resources. Specifically regarding the INFF, basically it is, we talked about the fact that it is a framework which brings together different frameworks, because currently many countries have different financing frameworks. They're doing it in piecemeal system. So the INFF would bring those on one platform, ensure synergy amongst those different components, and have them aligned with your national development goals. Lastly, I would talk about the need to address the policy barriers that exist in providing sustainable finance, in financing for sustainable development. There are a lot of policy barriers, regulatory barriers. The governments would need to work in order to regulate, reduce, get rid of those, or rather regulate those barriers, and to have only those regulations which are required for proper monitoring and evaluation, and not those regulations that hinder development. INFF approach, of course, is a very flexible approach. It allows a lot of knowledge sharing, coordination amongst different countries, synergies, and as far as Pakistan is concerned, we are fully committed to the INFF approach, because it will ensure alignment of resources with strategic investments as far as the sustainable development goals is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Brilliant. Now I'm going to hand over to the Maldives.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. So for me, actually, my take on this has been quite different, I would like to say, because some of the things that may have been everyday to you were a first hearing for me. So from this, what I wanted to take away was like, for the private sector, us being the stock exchange, we are very detached from the SDGs and what the government is trying to achieve, and this was personally concerning for me. So I thought like some of the experiences shared by Indonesia, the social stock exchange ideas, and even the green bond personally, the orange bond, of course, personally was very interesting to me. So what I was thinking is all these very noble ideas and everything that you're trying to do, if we were to take it home with us, we have this huge gap, the private sector gap, where we are very disconnected with what we are trying to achieve as a nation, and I felt like this is going to be a significant challenge. And even for all of you who are like having a lot of good streamlined approaches and collective ways of achieving things, you're still challenged, and we are like a bit everywhere, and we're still trying to figure out what to do. So for me, I'm just wondering, if we were to take it to the private sector, how are we going to justify the cost benefits of this, which is going to be, because in the private sector, our first question will be, how is it going to help our bottom line? And I'm still trying to figure that out. I couldn't even get the answer yet. And I think you all are still searching a way for this. So I think what I wanted to appeal to UNDP and international organizations working especially with our country is like, you really need to bridge the gap between the private sector and the government when you are trying to achieve these goals, because without us being a part of this, if we are sort of left behind when the policies are being made, when the frameworks are being established, there's really not going to be an easy path to this. So this is my appeal, and what I'm going to take away is like, work with us to achieve the goals.
Brilliant. That's a rallying call. A round of applause. Fantastic. Now over to Papua New Guinea.
Thank you. On behalf of my team, in terms of reflections, we had, from our point of view, we've learned what has worked, what needs to work, what improvements needs to be made, and what opportunities we'll have to undertake, and given the INFF if we undertake in the coming years. Takeaways that we've taken from this 2 days workshop: each country has different challenges and different solutions to actually undertake in terms of achieving the efforts of SDGs. Your priorities and your challenges will be different from my country, given our country context. We believe that political will is a big challenge that needs to drive the agenda in terms of collaboration between partners within our country, in terms of financing to accelerate the efforts of SDG. One thing we take note of is the Philippines and Bangladesh in terms of the PFM reforms, which in our case we've localized our indicators and our targets into our development plans and policies. The issue would be tracking the financial in terms of public expenditure with the SDGs indicators is a big challenge for us in terms of reporting. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Round of applause. And we're continuing to move to Laos.
Yes, good evening, everybody. Just as Laos is finalizing its national financing strategy to support the national socio-economic development plan, so it's meant to support the SDG. So what I have learned from the INF, even that our strategy is aligned with the INFF, and the key takeaway that I have learned from this event is the need for diversification of financing sources, such as the blended finance, public-private partnership, and impact investment, and also the importance of domestic resource mobilization, as it is critical for sustainable development. And it could be done by improving tax collection system and reduce tax incentive and exemption. And also the importance of the private sector engagement that could be through the establishment of the public-private partnership, And the other point is the need for integrated approaches to financing sustainable development that involve the coordination and alignment of the financing strategy to achieve a sustainable development objective. Is the key takeaway there.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And finally to Malaysia.
Thank you. Basically, what I learned from these 2 days that we're here is about the importance of the whole of society approach in making the 2030 SDG agenda possible in all countries. So basically for Malaysia, through the process of coming up with INFF, we've been through the process of, do the stock taking about the policies, the broad policies, the sectoral policies and all this. So, and then we've got the list of challenges that we need. And then we know that while we are working on a day-to-day basis to achieve economic growth, etc., and to generate revenue for the country so that we can finance a lot of things for the stability of the economy. We also have to look at all this from the SDG lens, and that's why there is a big challenge for Malaysia also, because there is a change management that has to be applied across the government machinery, with the ministries, with the local authorities, with the state governments, etc., and also to also leverage the contribution from the private sector in order for us to have a complete to move the country as a team. So basically, what I'm hoping is actually to be able to make sure after the INFF is completed, we could work on the post-INFF work to reach out to the stakeholders to make sure everybody has got that responsibility to provide the support that is needed, and not just let the government be in the leading position as before. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much to Malaysia. Round of applause. And I think that's a great way to end the idea of team and team Malaysia taking forward the INFF. What a great idea. Thank you so much to the august panel. That was brilliant. Thank you for being succinct. You may please return to your seats at a leisurely pace. There's no need to rush. But I'm now going to rush the rest of you. You've been inspired, I know, by those remarks. I want you now just to turn to your neighbour and make one commitment about what you will do when you go home, having learnt what you've learnt, met who you've met. Okay? I'm going to ask you one commitment that that person next to you may or may not hold you to account. So I'm going to give you 3 minutes. Make a commitment. Make a commitment over there. It's too quiet. And Indonesia, commitments. Make a commitment. And you. Make a commitment. We haven't got. It's too much because they've done. I'm watching you, making a commitment, I hope. We've done, you've made commitments. Climate change guy, you've made a commitment. Commitments at the back, I hope, commitments.
Yeah. So what do I
do now? They're going to yeah. And as they do that, shall I just get the other?
So people could answer it while they're listening to the panel. Otherwise, time.
All right. I hope you've made some decent commitments. Ambitious but realistic. I do hope your neighbour will hold you to account for that commitment. We're just now going to ask you, and this is really important, you can continue to talk, that's fine, but please get out your devices if you have a mobile. We need you to scan this. Scan this. Yeah, scan the QR code. Can you do that? You know how to do that? Does everyone know how to? I know the Philippines know how to scan a QR code. So please scan the QR code. Again, this is really important, almost as important as your commitments. Scan the QR code, and if you could please, it's a different one. Now, Tim, just remind me, this is the evaluation, is it? So this is really important. It's an evaluation of the event. And we need this so we can do it better or not do it again at all if that's what your feedback needs to be. But hopefully it's about how we can do it better. So please scan and evaluate away. Evaluate away. And as you're evaluating away, I'm just going to ask the next quickfire panel of speakers to come to the stage. So evaluate away, and then Alberto, if you could come up. Natalia. Where's Natalia? Natalia, could you come up, please? Shanaz. Is Shanaz here? Where's Shanaz? Okay, that's fine. Kathy, you're going to come up. Ritesh, are you here, Ritesh? There you are. And Christina, are you here? Christina? So evaluate away, and as you evaluate away, we're going to do another rapid-fire speed panel to inspire you on your way home. Kentaro, please. Thank you so much, Kentaro. So I'm literally just going to hand the mic down the line. I trust you all to keep to 90 seconds. Okay, 90 seconds. Again, insights, lessons, takeaways, what you're going to do following the event. Great to have you first, Alberto. So I'm going to pass it to Alberto and then down the line. Over to you.
Thank you. So I would say three things. First, I think there was a very rich exchange of ideas. I learned quite a lot. One thing I liked was the diversity of experience. It was really never boring, this meeting. There were so many different things, different levels of development of countries, different topics. So I think from that point of view, I learned quite a lot. Overall, I think that this presented a very good snapshot of where the region is in INFF. So it was quite useful overall. Regarding some ideas I like, and I don't mean to discriminate because there were great ideas, but I want to keep it to only three. I like the social stock exchange in India idea. I think that's quite innovative. I haven't heard of something like that. I also was impressed by Philippines with a very comprehensive INFF implementation, including all the pillars. So I think it was quite good and a very good example for many countries. Finally, I was very impressed about the very bold tax reform in Sri Lanka. I was quite amazed because it's so difficult to do tax reforms. Finally, I would like to highlight the interaction with partners, with my colleague from DESA, from UNDP. It was very useful to meet in person, most of the time we meet online, or by email, and this has been super useful. Thank you.
Thank you. My three takeaways. The first one is that what struck me are the similar challenges, even though the wide differences of countries that we have in the room. I think that came across very well on day one. And at the same time, and my second point is just the innovative solutions to address these similar challenges. I mean, we heard about green, blue, brown, orange bonds. So I thought of the rainbow analogy in terms of, how to put this into context. And thinking of that comes to my third point, is that no one size fits all, and that's basically what the INFF is about. So if you think of the rainbow and what's at the end of the rainbow, to get there, the INFF will help you get there. And if you don't have the INFF, what you'll have is a multicolor abstract painting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. From our side, it's going to be more of key things which we would like to see in the market. And the first one, I mean, given we are a global network for blended finance, we strongly urge to everyone sitting in this room, please use the catalytic capital which you have from public finances and philanthropic finances or any form of catalytic capital that you have very, very strategically. Try to make sure that you have private sector participation in it. Try to make sure that you get the maximum out of all the little pot of money that we have for development agenda so that we can get private sector in to scale sustainable development goals, which we saw is lacking a lot from what we have, which means that there is tremendous opportunity as well, just to give a positive twist to it. There were a lot of sessions on public debt and public finances. Just to let you know that blended finance can also support with sustainable debt management as well. This has been done successfully. There are case studies. You can go on our website as well. Belize is one transaction which we also supported. This is almost a $364 million debt to nature swap. So there are ways, as long as you are committed to sustainable development goals, that you can reduce your cost and manage your debt more sustainably as well. And then the third and the last request is, please try to see if we can look at local market participation in blended finance. And that I mean, how do we get the local pension funds, local sovereign wealth funds, or local insurance companies to really participate in this? Because once again, there is this big debate between local currency and hard currency, and there is a big currency risk which comes from international development funds, which becomes a barrier. So take charge of what you could do within your market and see if we can put some enabling regulations or enabling ecosystem which can bring more local financing and blending of capital, which can lead us to advance our sustainable development goals. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Now, sometimes I notice that the 90 seconds extends as you go further down the line. It's a sort of, I don't know what it is, some sort of physical, quantum physics thing. It's not your fault, as I say, it's something to do with something else. But let's keep it in mind.
I will keep it short, I promise.
Very good.
So, but I want to give some background about why I'm here. I am not from this team. It's all UNDP, of course. But I come from the climate side of UNDP. We don't do finance as much. And the reason why I'm here is because we've been talking a lot with our colleague working on finance, and they've been doing a lot of work, amazing work, on the SDG. And we have been discussing how do we bring this knowledge, this experience, all these tools that are at our disposal to the NDC. How do we drive investment towards the NDC using the tools that we already have? And I must say, I am quite impressed by what is happening already in the region. I think a lot of the integration is already being done. It just needs a little bit of a pushing and a little bit of scaling up. But it's such a rich region, so rich of experience. And my takeaway, I'm going to put my global hat. I cover all the region of UNDP, all 5 regions. And my takeaway is all the region needs to learn. They need to learn from what's happening here. And that would be one of my goals when I go back, call upon you to maybe help other region take the direction you have taken. So.
Thank you, Kathy. Very nice. It was very nice. Oh, a little round of, why not a round of applause? Yeah, why not? Over to you, Christina.
Couple of reflections from UNICEF. First of all, thanks for inviting us. I think this is one of the really nice demonstrations of the partnerships that we have with UNDP under the Global Flagship Finance. And I really want to appreciate the exchange that happened today and over the past couple of days, because only by this type of South-South exchange, countries can actually find the proper solutions that could fit their needs. So I hope more of this happens in the future. My takeaways are basically the gaps have persisted in financing the SDGs and the needs have grown. And we really need to take care of this. The fiscal space doesn't have much more option to be expanded. So that's why we need to prioritize. We need to look into efficiency and effectiveness, and also to see how to open political space. And UNICEF, I hope together with UNDP, can remain truthful to our commitment to help governments to maximize the resources for children, for the vulnerable groups, and for their families. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Christina. A round of applause, why not? Kantara.
Thank you on behalf of the IMFs. Instead of giving a takeaway, I just wanted to share keywords which came to my mind. Two keywords. One, across boundaries. If you look at the globe, international partners, developing countries. If you look at country level, we have public sector and private sector. If you look at public sector, we have Ministry of Finance, line ministries. If you look at Ministry of Finance, we have tax guy and a spending guy. So all boundaries there. So we have to across the boundaries. This is the first keyword I would like to share. The second keyword is serendipity. We are lucky enough to be here to have such quite great interactions led by Tom and Tim, or UNDP colleagues. So this is very lucky. So we have to remember such kind of interactions, and then after going back to home, and taking this opportunity, please do remember SDG FIT, which is IMF's great new tool. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kantara.
Thank you. So let me start by saying that the enriching exchanges we had over the past couple of days have further confirmed the reasons for the strong EU support to the INFF, and in particular to the INFF Technical Assistance Facility. So on the initiative side, from what we've heard during the past 2 days, I found 3 initiatives particularly quite transformative. The Orange Bond initiative, I think it's a great example on how blended finance models can be instrumental in crowding in private investment into the SDGs with a gender lens. Another notable example we've heard about was the creation of the Social Stock Exchange in India, a platform that has a real potential to help create a market for social enterprises and impact investing in the country. And also, I was quite impressed to listen about the Indonesia pioneering journey in tapping innovative sources of financing into the SDGs, from the first issuance of green sukuks back in 2018 to the issuance of SDG bonds, and more recently the blue bond issuance. So I'm very recent to this region, and I was quite impressed with the initiatives taking place here. Moving on to the challenges side, one of the challenges highlighted yesterday by the private sector was the difficulty for the European institutional investors that want to invest in external markets to compare the national taxonomy of the foreign countries with the EU taxonomy. So the idea of these comparisons is not to arrive at a one-size-fits-all product, but rather to show in all transparency the commonalities and the differences between the taxonomies, so that there is less uncertainty for the EU investors who are increasingly seeking investment opportunities outside the EU in order to green their portfolios. So we encourage the countries to work together with the EU and through the INFF on this exercise. And I'll stop here.
Brilliant, thank you so much. A round of applause for our august panel. Please take your seats. That was fantastic. And Thank you so much. I'll shake your hand in a minute. I've got too many things in my hands. I'm just going to say a few words, and then the most important thing of all will happen, which is the group photo. So as I speak, I'm sure you'll be whipping out your mirrors and making sure you're ready and looking beautiful for the photograph. But I just wanted to end by saying how optimistic I feel leaving this two-day conference. I think 5 years ago, even just 5 years ago, this would not have been possible. And by that I mean we have had so many different stakeholders in this room. Stock exchanges, investment funds, corporations, ministries of finance, planning, international organizations from various different perspectives. And you know, in our normal day-to-day lives, we have quite different businesses that we are operating and striving to better. But we somehow managed over the last 2 days to find a common thread across all of our work. And that common thread was sustainable development. And I am convinced 5 years ago it would have been impossible to find a common ground around which to have had the conversation which we've had. So I leave optimistic that we have a common vision. I leave optimistic also that we are developing new forms of partnership across development institutions and finance institutions. Again, I think these are new. I think 5 years ago it would have been very unlikely that a bank would have come to a UN agency and said, I think I might need some help around the SDGs. I don't think that would have happened. I don't think, in fact, some of the partnerships that may be coming across in the international arena, across UN agencies, across the IMF, across the EU, would have happened in the way that they're happening now on this agenda. So I think I'm optimistic about the vision, the partnerships. I'm optimistic because I think we've all heard about incredible tools and methods and instruments and reforms across the region. There is no shortage of tools and instruments and reforms to learn about and to adapt and tailor. So I'm optimistic that we have the tools. I'm optimistic that we have the instruments. But I think there's a significant challenge, and I think we've all realized that as we've had this conference, we've had a lot of different discussions, a lot of different technical areas. We've talked about tax. Kentaro mentioned, of course, that we can't even look at tax separate from expenditure. But that's a complicated area. We talked about taxonomies, but we know that there are many different taxonomies. We didn't even talk about how taxonomies for the private sector relate to public finance classifications. Now that's complicated. So complexity is in front of us, despite the fact that we have the tools and the instruments and the partnerships and the vision. And that complexity needs to be navigated at speed. So that is a major challenge. We talked about a bus. I got a bit confused. It was a bus, a blended finance bus. I don't know if other colleagues remember it. And there were pedals, and we were accelerating, and we were braking. I got a bit confused in the pedals. I don't drive very well, so that may explain why I got confused. But what I do remember also was the steering wheel. And I think our colleague Joan very nicely put it, that the steering wheel perhaps is where the integrated national financing framework comes in. Because indeed there's a lot to navigate, a lot of complexity to move through. But the integrated national financing framework provides a platform around which or through which we can navigate that complexity. It's not going to be easy, but I know a lot of you are committed to it in the long haul. It's not going to be quick, but it's going to require a long journey. So I wanted to end by thanking all of you, because I think we've heard that the international organizations that were just here are ready to support you. But even more important is that you support each other, because the tools and the instruments and the realities of the reforms you're undertaking are your realities, and we really encourage you to keep in touch with each other. We stand ready to help you connect with each other. If you have questions about the bonds or whatever it is that you've heard about, please do be in touch with us, and we can direct you to the countries where you can source some of the solutions. So with that, I'd love to thank individually all the INFF facility and its supporting partners and all the colleagues who provided support to the event individually. But I'm just going to ask you to give one round of applause for the whole lot of them. There are many. Thank you very much to all of them for the event. And it's not over yet for most of you, because tomorrow we're going to be moving into the SDG Finance Academy, and I can tell you it's going to be even more exciting than the last 2 days, and we're really going to get into some of the technical elements of the agenda. So I believe we need to be back here at 8:30 tomorrow for those of you who are joining us for the Academy, for that journey. And there are agendas outside which you can take and have a look at, so you know what you're getting into for tomorrow. It's going to be very participatory, so please do come with lots of energy. Don't spend all of your time and energy shopping this evening. Have a little rest, but do some shopping, because it is fantastic. And with that, I'm going to bring it to a close, and I think we're going to have a group photograph here. I'm not going to curate that, Tim. Somebody else will have to curate the photograph. I'm sure we have an expert somewhere. Yeah, because I'm not sure everyone's going to fit on this thing. Okay, so colleagues, we're going to have the group photo. I think the colleagues at the front here, we're going to remove these tables. You don't need to do that, but you do need to stand up. So if we can stand up, and we'll just get the group photo ready.
So we'll do 4 lines. So if you could do two on stage and 2 at the front.